finance is actually doing the job of 2 directors, given the cuts that have occurred as a result of that. Dr. Rummel actually is doing those 2 jobs. Well, Tom had to do away with one of those positions, actually. We have great representation here today. We have some plant operations folks. We have finance, business support, and executive level. We're essentially all about higher institutions. So again, I welcome each and every one of you who are interested in capital projects, and we're all hoping and praying that there will be money for us to have capital projects so we can take care of the buildings that we have, whether we have to remodel those, rejuvenate those in some way. In addition to my staff that are here, I also really want to thank the staff who are here from DFA, LFC, NMHED, and NMHED. So I want all you staff who are there stand up, if you would, so we can thank each of you too for attending. Really appreciate your being here as well. And appreciate the great notebooks there from NMHED. I asked for a couple extras because we need money to buy paper and each day I bring in pens and staplers and everything from home with that. These types of trainings have taken place in the past, as you know. You all have been here for that. Last year's was held at CNM here as well, and I again very much want to thank CNM. Thank you, Derek, and thank your wonderful boss, Dr. Winograd. It's always wonderful when CNM is ever gracious to us and allowing us to have meetings like this here. For those of you who have been to these meetings are a good refresher for you. You can see how we're, again, trying to streamline things. For those of you who are new to this, you'll see the entire bureaucratic process at its finest. Again, we're always trying to look at how we can make this be efficient for you while still having to abide by the statutory requirements that we have. And I'm a kind of anti-bureaucratic kind of gal, so we're always trying to look for ways that we can be efficient without losing quality and oversight that we have to do with that. We certainly understand there are many hurdles to overcome when dealing with capital outlay, from conception all the way through all the issues of getting money, then going through us to get it done, and all your contracting and such. We're committed to assisting each institution as you go through this process. We want to offer these types of trainings. We do it on a regular basis. We want feedback from you on our processes to see how we can continue to make these the best that they can be, and so that we can work together so we can be good stewards of the money of the state. And then, of course, everything we do is rely on what's best for our students. Now, speaking about monies from the state, I'm sure everyone has some questions about monies from the state. This is what I know. Back up a bit, of course, we know with the decreasing oil and gas, and our state is highly dependent on oil and gas, and that really cripples us in many ways. We have to diversify our economy in the state. And of course, how is that best done? I feel strongly through higher education. We not only prepare the workforce, but it is through the brains of our students and those to come that we look at the jobs we don't even know will exist 5 years from now. I mean, you look back on each decade, you know, the jobs that we have now, 10 years ago, people didn't even think about them. So we need our brain power to be going down the pipe with that and looking at that. And I feel that strongly comes out of higher education. So of course, I'm an advocate for higher education at all times. Given when the oil and gas goes down, there are less revenues, so higher education already took a hit during the last special session in fiscal year 16. Higher ed took a hit, took another hit in the special session last fall, and then this session, as you all know, the budget has been an issue with that. The governor has been very, very adamant that she will not raise taxes. And that is not going to change. She believes very strongly that government can be more efficient. And there's no question there's areas that we can all be more efficient. And I think we've all spent a lot of time doing that. We are at HED. I know each of you, your institutions are doing that. So no question, there are some areas that can be efficient. And so she's very dedicated to getting that done in government. And then as a way of expressing her point that she will not accept any bills that have tax increases in them, such as the budget bill that the legislature passed and sent to the governor, to make that point. As you all know, she said no to the other tax bill that came out, but then she also struck, line item vetoed, every state-funded penny to your institutions. As far as I know, the intent certainly is, of course, to have that restored back during the special session, because there will be another special session called. This was to be an impetus to get the groups together, the legislators and the executive side, to come up with a budget that does not depend on tax revenues. Easier said than done. You know, today's getting towards middle of April, and when's your budget due to us? Wow, 2 weeks. And then by law, we have to get it to DFA a month after that. So let me answer a couple of questions. First of all, we're not given any direction because we don't know any more than essentially what you're reading in the papers. It's not like I was part of this conversation, it's not like I was part of some of these decisions that were being made. One could think that sometimes how it occurs, it's not always these budgetary activities. I was not involved in those discussions. So the best advice I can say is you're preparing your budget. Look at that original House Bill 2 before pre-veto House Bill 2. Because essentially the higher ed budget that was in there came from the executive rec. So the recommendation the executive made for higher education is what actually was in House Bill 2 pre-veto. So start with that. It won't hurt to do some budget scenarios based on some other cuts. That's, of course, where the question is. Where's that cut going to be? We've all given at the blood bank. I mean, you're pretty anemic. There's been a lot of blood drawn from us, and there's just not a lot left. Of course, I'm advocating that the executive branch should have a 1% additional cut. I'm advocating for no more than that, no more than that at all. I can't tell you what the legislators and the executives are going to do. We all wish we knew what they were going to do, but we don't. Then also to that point, people have asked, can they extend this May 1st deadline? And I'm not opposed to that, but we don't know what's happening. We are in uncharted territory, and we're in an area where we don't really know what's going to happen day to day, week to week. For all I know, they could be meeting right now and hammering out. I don't know if they're meeting or not. I don't know if they're going to have a special session tomorrow, May, July, September. I don't know that. If I knew it, I would tell you. So I'm open to moving that May 1st date, but by statute, we at HED have to give it to DFA June 1, no matter what. And we're not, you know, we do review your budgets. We don't want to just rubber stamp and move it on. We need to look at there. We need to be comfortable with it. And usually that month is a tight turnaround for us, especially since we have people doing multiple jobs, as in the case of many of your institutions, I'm sure. We have people, I don't have any one staff who's not doing several jobs now in addition to what their job description is. So just so you know, I'm open to that. I just have not made a decision on that yet, and I hope you can understand and appreciate the predicament that I'm in with that. I want to be very sensitive to your needs. I can't tell Dr. Ronald, probably Dr. Ronald, myself, one or two others, we can't be looking at all these budgets, you know, on May 31st. We have to have some time to look through them. And again, what do you propose in your budget right now? That's the unknown. So of course, we're all hoping the special session happens sooner rather than later. You're registering students for the fall. I'm sure you have students saying, what's the deal? We're trying to increase enrollments and students are registering. You don't have a budget. I'm sure faculty and such are questioning. I'm very, very aware of that, having been in higher ed for a long time. So I'm just asking you to be understanding as you can in the midst of a bad situation. One thing I can guarantee you is I'm constantly advocating for you to the executive and to the legislature. I'm constantly advocating the good that each of your institutions is doing, because I want each of our institutions to do very, very well. How will the mention be organized? Also, there's a lot of talk about how it will be organized as a higher ed system. That has not been predetermined at all. This will be a conversation about that. I'm committed to us having access for our students and a good quality education for us to get them into college and out with a credential or degree. So I segued a bit over to the budget because I figured there'd be questions on that. So I'll come back to this. So today we're here to learn about all the forms, all processes we have to fill out to get some money we hope that will exist. What a great way to spend the day. But let's face the day as though we have that. Of course, a lot of the capital projects are based on bond money anyway from different sources, so hopefully that will continue to go with that. But from the bottom of my heart, I thank each of you for your dedication, for coming today with this. And if it's okay, I'll pause if there's any questions, then we can get on. Do you have any other questions, or any questions, period, or comments for me, particularly? Yes, ma'am.
Sheila Parker from the Rudosa Channel. If we submit a budget to you May 1st that has a number that's later changed, we have to resubmit?
So that's a good question. She's asking if you submit a budget and if the number changed, we have to resubmit. We're talking internally. We want to make that process, and we're not going to depend on Dr. Rumble a lot with that. I'm not going to want you to have to do an entire budget. I'd like to have some type of process where it could be revised in a less painful way. Dr. Rumble?
Yeah, I think at this point, we are sort of in uncharted territory. We've really never experienced this kind of tight crunch in terms of budgets. The plan right now, as I've advised all institutions, work with what we have in House Bill 2, and a lot of that, the answer to your question depends on the timing of the special session. But I believe that the best way to deal with this is going to be through a mid-year bar based on the reductions, and really it does depend on the timing. But we're probably going to do it through a bar process.
Good question. Any others? Well, if not, thank you again. Thanks for working so hard. I'll turn it back over to you, Gerald. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary. So the good part is the rest of the day is going to be much easier than that 20-minute conversation.
Call me bad news.
One thing I did fail to mention is when we first started the process of putting together this training, I reached out to all of the institutions throughout the state and I asked, what would be some good topics that you guys would like for us to cover as higher ed? Also, during those, a lot of the responses that I received, the budget came up. You know, a lot of institutions are located in areas that are pretty far away from Albuquerque. So there's difficulty in getting travel budget in order for people to come down. You know, there's difficulty in getting a lot of people to be able to travel and come down. So what we opted to do is we opted to go ahead and do a webinar as well as a in-person training. So we are broadcasting this to all of the institutions as well. Those institutions, I should say, that registered. So we're looking forward to, you know, to being able to have this available to all the institutions that were not able to attend here today. So real quickly, I want to just go over some housekeeping items, kind of an overview for the day. First of all, restroom locations. For those of you who haven't been here before, if you go out into the hallway and make a left, the restrooms are down the hallway here on the left-hand side. You'll see signage for that. Phones. I understand that everybody here is extremely busy. You know, if you get a phone call, if you don't mind just stepping out into the hallway, that would be appreciated. Breaks and lunch. On the agenda that I sent out, there was no breaks, there was no lunch. It seemed like a 9-hour crammed, jam-packed training. There will be breaks, there will be lunch. Lunch will be on your own. Again, talking about the budget, we do not have the availability to provide even water. So at this point, like I said, we'll have breaks and then we'll have lunch. So the topics that we're going to be talking about, one thing that I want to go over when it comes to these topics is these go in the order of how a project normally runs from start to finish. Getting your funding, your bond funding, doing your capital outlay summer hearings, doing the capital projects approval by higher ed, talking about the Target Finder green screen and energy savings performance contracting, talking a little bit about grant agreements, notice of obligations and reporting, talking a little about draw requests, and then of course we'll close out with a panel discussion and then adjourn. Again, everything that is built into this presentation is based on the questions, the answers, the questions that I received from all of the institutions when I reached out to you. So this is going to be a pretty jam-packed day. There's going to be a lot of information that's going to be presented. So I'm hopeful that by the end of this presentation, everybody in here and everybody who's watching online will have a better understanding of what the processes are and what the expectations are when we look at something, and also to give you an opportunity to ask questions of us on how we might be able to clarify and streamline processes to make it easier for you as well. So we'll start out with section 1, which is bond funding. So bond funding, as Secretary mentioned earlier, I mean, we do have bond funding, general obligation bond, severance tax bond. You know, the types of bonds, as I mentioned, you know, general obligation bonds, repaid through property taxes and must be approved through a general election. So the summer hearings this year are actually for general obligation bonds. The summer hearings last year were for severance tax bonds. Their general obligation are issued on even-numbered years, and they typically support projects for higher education, senior citizens, public schools, and libraries. Typically. We'll talk a little bit more about that going forward. Then we have severance tax bonds, generally repaid with revenue from, here's the kicker, taxes on oil, gas, coal, and other natural resources severed from the land. So as we know, that's kind of why we're in a sticky wicket right now, because there is, you know, very little revenue on taxes from oil and gas. And then there's revenue bonds, municipal bonds that finance projects that are secured by a specified revenue source. General obligation bond issues, as we talked before, aging and long-term services. That's the senior citizen facility construction and improvement projects. You see these on the bond issue questions. Then there's library acquisitions, academic, public school, tribal, and public libraries. For the larger institutions, the constitutional, the 4-year. Normally you deal with higher education when it comes to draw requests as they relate to library appropriations. And we'll talk more about that going forward. Then for higher education facilities, higher education, special schools, tribal schools, capital improvements. Then we have public safety, state police, public safety, National Guard facilities. So the general obligation bond slowly is starting to be utilized by more entities. So the piece of the pie gets a little bit smaller because of the additional entities that are utilizing up the money. The prior year allocation for higher education for general obligation, the 2014 GEO bond, 2015 series, was $139,755,000. The 2016 GEO bond, the one that hasn't sold yet, is $131,106,200. So you can see there's a small drop in the amount of money that was allocated for higher ed for that general obligation bond. So severance tax bonds. Of course, funding is dependent on oil and gas revenues. Projects are recommended through summer hearings for higher education institutions. The 2018, as I mentioned before, summer hearings, which are next year's, will be for projects to be recommended to be included in the severance tax bond appropriation by the legislature in the 2019 session. So for this summer hearing, this year's 2017, it is for general obligation bonds. And we'll talk more in detail about that going forward. I just wanted to give a quick overview of bond funding for those that aren't familiar with it. Now we'll talk a little bit about revenue bonds. Revenue bonds are an alternative source of funds to finance capital outlay. An institution uses their own bonding capacity and pledges their own revenues for this type of funding. Determine best vehicle to accomplish most cost-effective method for financing. It's going out privately in order to get your own revenue through your own bonds. I'm not an expert in revenue bonds, but Mr. Vince Lithgow is with the New Mexico Finance Authority. So I'm actually going to go ahead and turn it over to him so he can go ahead and give us a more detailed presentation on revenue bonds. Okay, hope you all can hear me. Thank you for having me. It's a clicker now. Here's the microphone. I've been on the road a while. My name is Vince Lefko. I'm the Director of Public Lending with the New Mexico Finance Authority. And this whole last week, we've been on the road with the New Mexico Municipal League doing a post-legislative meeting, so I'm shifting from one presentation to another. I'm used to having a microphone and a clicker, but I appreciate the time here. Joe did get a hold of me just to talk a little bit about what we do at the Finance Authority and how we secure our bonds based on, or our loans based on different types of revenue sources. So first of all, we were created in 1992, and it was a way to assist local public bodies, municipalities, universities, counties, water systems with way to access the public markets. We do have a AAA credit rating, which helps us pass along those savings to our borrowing partners. We do have an 11-member board of directors, or 11-member board of directors, and where's the pointer? Okay. This person right here, Catherine Ulavati, she is the CFO for CNM, and she is also the treasurer for our board. So our board is appointed by 4 cabinet secretaries, 1 CFO from an institution of higher education, excuse me, and the director or executive director of the Mexico Municipal League and New Mexico Association of Counties, and along with a couple other private members. We do currently have 2 vacant positions. And actually, they're second terms and stuff like that, except for the cabinet secretary positions. Anyway, a little bit about our mission statement. We are, again, dedicated to improving the lives of New Mexicans, helping them to plan for their infrastructure needs and creating partnerships. We do a lot of funding through, for the benefit of our public bodies, let's say for water systems, buildings, law enforcement, fire protection. Those are a bulk of our loans. And then right here, here's just the Bloomfield Administrative Complex. It's a little bit of an old picture, but it's a really nice thing. I'm trying to think, is that a Pueblo? If you all have been there. We don't finance gambling. We finance the public side of it, so we did their administration billing and through a systems revenue. We have our main projects are infrastructure and cap outlay projects. These are funded mainly by our public project revolving fund. That's our flagship program. We'll talk about that in just a moment here. We also have our local government planning fund, which really would apply to y'all, and our colonius infrastructure. And those are 2 programs designed to assist entities with the creation of a public, with the preliminary engineering reports, asset management plans that allow them to go get public funding. Again, water is of course, New Mexico is a dry state, and water is a big part of our program. We partner with the Mexico Department of Environment to administer the drinking water program, and that's a federal program. We provide a state match from our public project revolving fund. And then we have some, we'll call the commercial side, and we have our smart money programs and smart money loans and the new market tax credits. What they do with this program is they become a secondary lender to a bank who's the primary lender, and this is basically for economic development. One project I can think of offhand and is a cheese factory in Tucumcari. So it's hopefully it will stimulate economic growth and help those institutions out. Okay, our public project revolving fund. So again, we were established in 1992 as a mechanism to provide low-cost financing. What we do is since we are a AAA rated entity, we have our own bond rating, we're able to get the best market prices and pass those along to our borrowing partners. And our standard rates, they come out weekly. So when the markets close on Friday, we do have a consultant who puts together these projects and these numbers for us, and then we use them to pass along to our borrowing partners. We do have, it's called a disadvantaged funding, and it wouldn't really apply to the universities, but just as an FYI, it's a way to help those entities like a city that has a low, medium household income, they can get the disadvantaged funding at either the 0% or a 2% rate. And those rates are sometimes below market, or they will always be below market, and below market, especially for the 0%. And again, we have, in order to do loans with our entity that are in excess of $1 million, you need legislative authorization. And we do that on an annual basis. We'll go and contact entities and say, okay, you're going to expire and we need to get you on the list for the next year. And we work with the universities to do that every year as well. And this appropriation or authorization is good for 3 years. So again, I won't really hit on the disadvantaged funding too much. We do have over $1.5 billion in outstanding loans. And that says a lot about our portfolio. We've had a total of about $2.5 billion that we've lent out, and again, $1.5 billion. We've already given about over 1,300 loans. We go through a process, much like a normal board would. We have an internal committee, one credit committee, and we present our loans in front of them. We get feedback, and then after that, we go to our finance and loan committee, which is made up of 5 of the board members. Again, we present our loans and answer all kinds of questions. Then we go to the full board for approval. And like any body, when we do the presentations, we don't know, nothing's rubber stamped. It is a pretty rigorous process on the underwriting side. So by the time they go to board, they've been scrubbed pretty well. And we usually have very good success with our board. They know that our goal is to assist entities within New Mexico. Okay, just a few of the projects, like I said earlier. I think our main ones as far as the university is building and land acquisitions, administrative buildings, etc. We do fund police vehicles, fire trucks. Actually, those are our biggest borrowers by volume, but not by the amount, but not by the dollar amounts. So I think we have like 240 some outstanding fire loans, but there will be like 1% of our portfolio. Okay, so who's our eligible partners? Well, if they're any political subdivision within the state of New Mexico, again, higher ed. We do have several institutions of higher education that we partner with to provide funds for a variety of their projects. We do a lot. Our number one borrowing partners, municipalities and counties, school districts is another one, and even some state agencies and political subdivisions. So how do we secure it? Like Joe said, we do. Our loans are secured by pledged revenues, whether it's a government gross receipts tax, a gross receipts tax, some other net systems revenue, or general ad valorem property tax, or fire protection funds. That's another one, and the mill levy. So we look for a variety of sources. Again, with institutions of higher education, it's going to be the GEO or what we call systems, gross systems revenue. Again, here's just our pie chart of our borrowing partners. Again, municipalities are our largest, and over here in our standing loans is higher education. And our loans go for a maximum of 30 years, up to 30 years. They can go as short as 1 year. We do bond anticipation notes. We do refunding of existing bonds. In fact, this summer when the market was really, the rates were really low, I can't tell you how many refundings we did, but all these bonds that were sold in 2005, 6, and 7 that here comes for 10 years past their call date, we did a tremendous amount just because the rates had dropped in 10 years. It's amazing. Okay, so I was talking about earlier how we fund our loans. We pledge, the revenues are pledged, and for higher ed, it's a gross systems revenue. Those are our main ones against some GEO bonds. And that's based, we look at the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in that position, and we net out, and we average these over a 3 to 5 year period to see what the margin is. We do have to have, loans have to have a certain coverage ratio, and on this one I think it's 1.3 times. And then, I'm trying to think what else. And we look at all kinds of factors, outstanding bonds, etc. What we do is we market our stuff and we put together the best package that we can for a client. So if refunding's involved, we can do that with new money. In fact, we just did a Pueblo had an outstanding loan with us, and we gave them an additional $2 million in addition to refunding their current loan with us. So it's really advantageous, and it's kind of nice to see how the way the rates go down. I did private lending a long time ago in the late 80s, and I can tell you the rates between the 1980s and now are substantially different. We do some other loans, mainly for universities like the hospitals. It's based on the cigarette taxes. UNM, Caratini Hospital, we do, and Sierra Vista, and Gila Regional. Again, legislative authorization is pretty easy. It's required for any loan in excess of $1 million. We do have, we've got some staff, and so unlike y'all, we've been able to hire a couple people. So we do the four corners of the state. We're divided up between the four of us, and our chief lending officer, my supervisor, my boss, is Zach Gillenbeck. He's very excellent, very knowledgeable. He's been with the Finance Authority about 11, 12 years now, so he helps assist with anything that we can do to make your lives better when we put these packages together. And does anybody have any questions? We do accept applications monthly. They're online. We're actually going to go to an online system shortly. I've been told where applicants will just apply everything online, and then the information is kept in the database. Right now, we're still using PDFs and stuff to do. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we have a quick question. My name's Ned, I'm from Santa Fe Community College. Where are we this morning? We're looking at a number of ways to improve our plans, particularly pertaining to capital improvements. We haven't been that successful with the state. But what we've got from the state is very satisfying, and obviously we're thankful. But it's not sufficient to maintain our plan. It's not sufficient to maintain our campus. If we were to look for alternative sources of funding, and to answer your question, could you give us a simple comparison, for example, I don't know if you have any history of loaning to community colleges, perhaps you could give me some relation to that as well, but if you do, what would be a simple comparison with regards to the loans you offer, preferably a low interest loan, versus going with a company like Siemens or Amorisco or any of these other companies that offer power purchase agreements? They offer energy audits, and through those power purchase agreements you can actually upgrade your plan at very low interest loan. So give us a comparison of your loans in respect to those loans.
Sure. What Joe asked is compare our loans to, say, a private entity. We call them financial advisors and stuff like that. Our loans, the good thing about our loans is all the costs are known up front. We charge 75 basis points on the par amount of the loan. Okay. We charge a 1 basis point or 10 basis points maintenance fee for every year the loan. And the thing about bond financing, it's unlike say the mortgages, every year has its own interest rate. So those two factors are known. Contrary to the private side, they're going to charge you their fee. And sometimes their fees are very reasonable. Sometimes they go $40,000, depending on what you're borrowing and stuff. So our fee is known up front versus all the other closing costs with some of the financial advisors, other financial. And really what we do is if somebody uses a private, goes out to market themselves, and they use a financial advisor, that means we've done our job because they've gotten the lowest price. So we're going to drive up. One way or the other, our ultimate goal is to have the consumer in New Mexico, that institution, get the best obtainable price in the market. And if it's not with us, okay. But we will try to provide that market rate. Again, our rates we're AAA rated, and so we're going to be very comparable to the other ones. As far as energy audits go, we do have some funding based on that, but again, it's going to, you're talking about securing the loan based on the reduction of energy cost. We would need some type of pledge revenue, unlike we don't base it on that because those are generally in the those expenditures are generally in the general fund, and we don't secure the revenues based on the general fund. Although institutions of higher education, because we're using that systems revenue, there's kind of a crossover, but we'd have to work with that. We can always shoot numbers. We can always give information to the debt service schedule if somebody says, you know, I want to borrow X amount of dollars to expand this building, you know, new classrooms or whatever, we always get those. And they'll be at market rate and at the time, just to have that person have some information to compare. If you're going to use somebody that's giving a private financial advisor, and that's free. We don't charge for that.
Can I clarify a little bit further? So you're speaking on performance contracting. With the performance contracting, you actually go out to banks with an RFP, and one of the people that you can go to, or one of the institutions you can go to, is NMHED with that RFP. And so you would get their rates, and then you can compare them to the other banks' rates, and then see which one best works for you guys. And so that's really how the performance contracting works.
Do you have an idea of what
Current rates are now for 15 to 30-year projects? They're 4 to 5 right now. If you go out and try to get a secure loan on.
Yeah, I got the rates this morning. I was off yesterday, sorry. So we did get the rates this weekend, and actually they dipped a little bit for non-taxable. We get you non-taxable and taxable. Actually, they did dip a little bit for both of them. I don't know exactly what they are. On our website, NMHED.net, we post our rates weekly. As soon as we get them, we put it up there so you can compare. Thank you. Anybody else? Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the time here, and Gerald, thank you for the invitation. Thank you. Appreciate it. And again, if you all have any questions, our contact information is that we can get you. Okay, well, thank you, Vince. Appreciate that. We thought it was important to go ahead and bring NMHED in as well, because I'm not necessarily sure if a lot of institutions are aware of that avenue to utilize that avenue as another vehicle for financing. So again, want to thank Vince for coming down. And questions? We'll move on to section 2, which is the capital outlay summary here. Yes, Henry.
I was going to ask you if you didn't mind. There's so many new faces here that I wouldn't mind if you would just kind of go around the tables real quick and just have folks self-introduce so we can kind of get appreciation on where you're from.
Sure.
I'm a new face to several folks too.
Sure, yeah, I mean, I don't see a problem with that at all. If you would like to start, we can start. Secretary, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Dina Kerna from New Mexico Military Institute, and new assistant CFO.
Lindsay Yeh from CNA Business Office. From Sienna Business Office.
I'm Jessica Spencer, the Division Manager of Facilities at Sienna. I'm Danny Gardner. I'm from Santa Fe Community College.
Andrea Mueller from the Santa Fe Community College Plant Operations Department.
Sheila Farquhar, ENME Ruidoso.
Dave Coino, UNM Controller's Office.
Mingo Sanchez, New Mexico College. I'm Henry Nardo, the Executive Director of Operations, Safety, and Security at Santa Fe Community College.
Larry Fairbaugh, I'm the CFO at the Institute of American Indians.
I'm Molly Staples, I'm with the main campus budget office at UNM.
Amanda Hammer, Mason Community College.
Good morning, I'm Renee Allen from SIPI Facility Operations.
I'm Ron James, Assistant Vice President of Facilities and University Architect at Western New Mexico University.
Connie Miller, Planner. Tavia Allred, Planning, Design, and Construction at UNM. Lisa Marguerite, Executive Director for Institutional Support Services at UNM.
Marlene Martinez, Executive Director, Physical Plant at CNM.
Melanie Archibald, Facilities.
Gilbert K. Queen Community College, Director of Foundation.
Geraldine Gamble from Apple Technical University, interim CFO.
Scott Smart from ENU.
Good morning, I'm Debbie Romero, the Department of Finance and Administration, Capital Outlay Bureau.
Good morning, Alex Garcia from New Mexico Tech.
Good morning, Erica Velarde from Energy Conservation Management Division with the Energy Minerals and Natural Resources.
MFA.
Harry Ronald, HED Institutional Finance, Financial Year.
Good morning, Sylvia Block from the Carolinas University, Facilities Director.
Good morning, I'm Thomasina Gray from New Mexico University, contracting grant accountant.
Kent Taylor, Director of Facilities at New Mexico Libraries.
Barbara Lovato, I'm the library director at the University of New Mexico Valencia campus. I'm Susan Barris from the Office of Planning at CNN.
I'm Derek Welch. I'm the Director of Business Strategy at CNN.
Thank you, everybody. And a good idea. Thank you. And all of you who didn't know, I actually am very fortunate because I'm able to tap into a lot of experience, historical experience for higher ed, from each of the institutions, specifically CNN, Henry Gardeau, who was in my position a while back, Mr. Ron James also, who was a predecessor of mine as well. So like I say, we do have a wonderful close working group when it comes to capital outlay in the state. And it's always nice because we're able to kind of bounce things off of each other. And that's really what this training is about as well. I'm going to be discussing a lot of specific details in regards to what we look for in our project submittals, in our draw requests, in what we're looking for in the summary hearings. And at the same time, also want your feedback on what we can do in order to improve what we do. So we'll start with capital outlay summary hearings. As you all know, the summer hearings this year are coming up very soon. The schedule has been sent out. It is also available on our website. And one of the biggest things that I always like to start out with is explaining what are they and why do we have them, right? Because it's extremely important for individuals to know not only that we as higher ed come out and we say, okay, you guys need to submit this, but not explain why it is that we need it. So I want to make sure that we go through each of these steps in detail so you all have a good understanding of why we do it. So the NMHED 5.3.9.6 establishes a process by which the higher education department will review capital outlay funding recommendation packages developed by institutions and present those to the higher education department and submit those approved to the legislature annually. In essence, that's summer hearings. That's why we do them. 5.3.9.6b NMHED provides public higher education institutions with an equitable process by which the department can review packages from institutions that contain capital projects, listed in priority order, that are considered to represent the greatest needs of the state and of the institutions. These are important areas of the NMHED because this is what drives what we do when it comes to summer hearings. So what does that mean, right? It's NMHED. It's open to interpretation, as a lot of NMHED can be. So I wanted to just explain that a little bit. Each institution submits their priority projects on the required forms to NMHED by the deadline. We're going to go through each of these forms as we go through this presentation, so you'll understand specifically what each of the forms is asking for, what it is that we are looking for when you populate those particular sections. A committee made up of representatives from HED, DFA, Energy and Minerals, and LFC hear the priority projects submitted by institutions at the summer hearings. Now keep in mind, the monthly capital outlay meetings where we hear projects for approval, those hearings or those meetings all go through in detail as well. The individuals that sit on that are some of the same individuals, but there's also an expanded list of individuals from each of these entities that sit on that committee. And we'll talk about that in more detail. Projects are ranked based on the general criteria listed in 5.3.9.8 NMHED, as well as current state priorities. We'll talk about this a little bit more. And then the committee then recommends projects to HED for approval to be part of a GOB or STB legislative recommendation. The important word is recommendation, because it does not mean that your project is going to be on the act or on in the legislation when this is all said and done. Because it is what we recommend. It's a recommendation. NMHED presents a funding recommendation to the legislature. So the committee submits a recommendation to HED, HED then puts together a funding recommendation. So now, what I want to do is quickly, for those of you who are not familiar with who Dr. Burke is, I know he's new to Capital Outlay, so many of you may not know. He was unable to be here today. He did ask that I do a quick overview, since he is the chair, of what the committee is looking for this year in regards to the type of projects that you want to submit for the summer vacations. Okay. It's the IRRR concept. And so this IRR concept is pretty simple when you think about it. The first I, not the first I, is infrastructure. So when you have projects to submit this year, and you're ranking them in your priority order, we're looking for projects that are infrastructure. I think my predecessors can talk a little bit about the difficulty of defining infrastructure. Infrastructure is a difficult definition to tie down because you can look it up in Webster's, you can look it up on Wikipedia, you can look it up on Google, and you'll get pretty broad definitions when it comes to infrastructure. For us as a committee, we want to see, both above ground and below ground projects, roofs, electrical lines, parking lots, sewer, etc. I did put a little note in here, maximum of 5 projects. That's not necessarily the case, but I wanted that to be kind of an eye-opener in regards to what we're looking at here. And the reason why I say that is because we want to make sure that if we, as a committee, and Dr. Burke is discussing this, as a committee, if we're looking at a project, and you are doing an infrastructure project, we want to make sure that we get the biggest bang for your buck in regards to the most impact that the project will have on your institution. So with that said, if you're asking for a $2 million project, you want to make sure that that $2 million project gets the most that it can for your institution. If it's 2 projects, if you need to do a roof replacement and you need to do a parking lot replacement, great. If you need to break that down into 3 projects, great. We just want to make sure that we are getting the biggest bang for our buck when it comes to these types of projects, and that's what the committee is going to be looking for. The first R, remodel. Plenty of square footage within the state. In general, no new square footage. This should be the highest priority. And the example we want to use is the Max Salazar building, the CIM school. That was an existing facility that was, in essence, completely gutted and remodeled, and a project that was just a complete remodel. These are the kind of projects that we're looking for as well. Utilizing your existing space, doing what you can in order to get the best use out of your existing facilities. Yes, Henry?
If you could, what was the cost of the square foot rendering of that ammunition?
I actually don't have that number off the top of my head. I could punt it over here too.
It's actually the Smith Brasher building. Max Salazar is the one that we're going to get ready to start. The Smith Brasher was project 288 a square foot total project.
Thank you. So I got the wrong project there. Never do that when you're presenting in a CNN building. But anyway, we're looking for remodels. Like I said, the remodel projects is what's important. The next R, repurpose. Either an entire building or a portion of the building due to inefficient, outdated use of space. Scott Smart can probably correct me if I did this project wrong. So the Golden Student Success Center. Again, that was a project that was primarily used as a library. Initially it was a library. The institution opted to go ahead and say, well, we don't need the traditional library space. So they repurposed half of that space into a library, the other half into making it into the Global Student Success Center. So we're looking for projects that do this, repurposing your existing space. Lastly, replacement. Remodel of existing buildings is not, if the remodel of an existing building is not cost effective. I'm going to use, the example we're going to use here is the NMHED project. And that is a project where the basketball arena gym became vacant when the Pan Am was built. Of course, this is Dr. Burke talking, you can tell, because I didn't know a fire destroyed this, in 1970. The existing art building, so they moved it into the basketball arena. Costs to renovate the building were excessive, so a new project to build a new art building was conceived, and then of course the old building redemoed once the new one is built. So these are the kind of projects that we are looking at and hoping that institutions will be bringing forward. These IRR concept type projects. Infrastructure, remodel, repurpose, and replace type projects. Of course, we understand that everything cannot be done exactly like this. But we really want to make sure that everybody is understanding that we're in a limited budget space right now. So we want to make sure that everything that we're looking at gives us the biggest bang for our buck as a state and gives you as an institution the ability to make a good difference with what you're funded with. And then lastly, the committee would be only using on-campus FTE to determine square footage for FTE. I don't think this is new. This was done last year as well, but I think it's a good point. It's a good point to make. On-campus FTE is what, as a committee, we want to see in order to realize what your square footage for FTE is. So if that makes sense. So we did talk about general criteria in 5.3.9.8 of the NMHED. So what is that? That general criteria is projects which strongly relate to instructional programs and support institutions' mission and particular role. Projects which provide high-quality educational settings which represent up-to-date technologies. Projects which are necessary to accommodate enrollment growth. Projects which address major health and safety problems and eliminate physical barriers to handicapped persons. Projects which result from unforeseen conditions that, if uncorrected, would result in major property deterioration. Projects which renovate facilities or make wise use of other existing resources whenever feasible and economical. This pretty much talks to that IRR concept. Projects which improve utility systems or building energy efficiency that will result in rapid capitalization of initial costs and long-term reduction of energy costs, and have no other available or more appropriate funding source, such as BR&R, local bonds, revenue bonds, auxiliary revenues, or research revenues. So again, I always want to make sure that I point back to what it is that we are using to base our decisions going forward when working at projects. What the NMHED specifically says. So when is the next summer hearing? We've talked about summer hearings. Well, the summer hearings have been scheduled for the weeks of June 26th and July 10th of 2017. The letters went out to all the institutions on March the 8th with a copy of the agenda for those hearings. And the agenda can also be found on our website. I don't know if you can see that clearly, but at our hed.state.nm.us website. So I recommend that if you have not seen them yet, go on there and get a copy of that agenda. So what forms are required and how do I submit them? So we talk about reviewing projects. But what is it that we have as our intake forms for the review? So that's what I want to go over now. The agenda and the forms for submittal can be found on our website. Okay, same thing. Same place you find the agenda, you're going to find the forms. The forms are as follows. Certification form, project evaluation form, 5-year plan, ING spreadsheet, status of active projects. The forms need to be uploaded to the HED FTP site by June the 1st of 2017. and 1 3-hole punched original must also be delivered to HED. We'll talk a little bit about the FTP side for those of you who aren't familiar with it. If your institution does not have somebody on staff who has access to that, or if you yourselves need access to that, we'll talk a little bit about how you can get that access.
Joe?
Yeah.
The submittal, the hard copy, can that follow a few days after?
Yeah, Ron's absolutely right. I mean, once you upload that, once you upload that to the FTP site, it's not expected that hard copy be received that same day or prior to the deadline. You can submit the hard copy to come after the deadline. As long as the upload is on the FTP site by the deadline, then you're fine.
But I never encountered this issue, but I would give them a week. Otherwise, you get it at the end of June. I've heard that happen before. Nobody in this room. It wasn't my fault.
We tried to make sure that we give everybody enough leeway in order to have sufficient time to be able to upload and to be able to do what they need to do. But we understand if there's circumstances, open communication, right? Just give me a call, let me know what's going on, and we'll see what we can do. So first of all, the certification form. For those of you who have done this before, you're not going to find much difference in what these forms are. These forms are going to be pretty much the same as they were last year. This form certifies by signature of your institution's governing board president and president the capital projects submitted were approved by the governing board, ranked in priority order based on greatest need, been developed sufficiently to justify recommendation, and if funded, will have a minimum of 5% of the appropriation incurred within the first 6 months of the date the bonds are issued. So, here's the form. Again, it's just, like I say, there's the name of the institution. Here's the certifying language that talks to the bullet points that we had earlier. And then it just needs to be signed, print, name, and signature of your governing board president and your institution president. And as I mentioned, each of the items on the bullet are right here. So that's the certification form. That's probably the easiest form. The next form, or forms, is actually the project submittal. The project submittal, we do require one submittal per project. So this has FY19 priority, the 5-year priority, your total project cost, total requested amount, funding from other sources, project description and rationale, timeline for project completion, full-time student enrollment trends, programmatic use of building, safety, green screen, and then the all-important language for the appropriation, which probably never remains the same. That's what you initially put in it. But we'll talk more about that as we go forward as well. So this is the project evaluation form. I don't know how to do this to work. I don't have a mouse, but I want to come off of it. Project evaluation form. Deadline to submit this form to HED is June the 1st of 2017. Institution, location, the project title. Your FY19 priority. List the priority of this project according to your institution's funding request from the state this year. And then your 5-year priority. List the priority of this project according to your institution's 5-year plan for state requested funding. The total project cost. How your cost was determined. Cost estimating software, you made it up, whatever. Just, how your cost was determined. Total requested amount. How much are you expecting to have funded? Because you may not want the full funding to be from the state. So this is the total requested amount. Describe if the amount requested funds the full project or a phase of the project. here's where you'll break that out, the types of phasing that you're going to have. Where you're going to have architectural engineering, your initial assessment of the project. It's going to be a certain phase of the project, the first phase, second phase, third phase, however many phases your project is going to have. You want to break that out here. Funding from other sources, detail other sources that will be utilized for project. Yes, of course.
You have a lot of phases, 10 phases, you're leaving a lot of space for phases, but there's not a lot of space for description of, how you determine the cost. Kind of, when you start filling in the blank, it just doesn't allow you to print it out and be able to see the entire description. So just a comment on that.
That's perfect, actually. Thank you. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and make sure after this, I'll go back in and I'll go ahead and look at these forms and I'll go ahead and expand the areas that need, that need some additional, that allow for additional writing.
That would be great.
Yeah, that's no problem. So funding from other sources, detail other sources that will be utilized for project completion. Project description. Be thorough in the description. Include location. Include an attached campus map, square footage, usage, spaces, number of floors, and other pertinent information. This is important because, go ahead.
Do we need to do that GPS tracking like we did last year
The GPS tracking?
for the location?
I'm fine with an aerial view. I'm fine with an aerial view. So the project description is all we really have in order to know what specifically it is that you're wanting to do. So be as thorough as you possibly can be in explaining the particular project. Again, for those of you who have done project submittals for capital projects monthly approval, it's the same type of concept. We need to understand exactly what it is that you're envisioning, exactly what it is that you're planning on doing. So make sure to have as much information in here as possible so that we have a good understanding. It'll definitely help with the communication back and forth as well, because I'll ask a lot of questions and then you'll have to come back with a lot of responses. So try and beef it up as much as you can on the start, and then that way we just have very, very minor items to cover when we communicate back and forth afterwards. I may be actually skipping over more than I should be, because this thing doesn't scroll well. There we go. Timeline for project completion. What is the anticipated duration of the project from start to finish, assuming your institution gets 100% of this request? Will the funding support a phased or the full project? So here, we want to talk about specifically your schedule. Start date and completion date anticipated for your project. If it's phasing, then break out your start date, completion date for each of your phases. Full-time student enrollment trends. Program majors only, unless the project would serve the entire student body. List all degree programs served by the project. Again, this is more detailed than the monthly submittal. The monthly submittal will always ask, program enrollment served by this project. We need to realize, we need to understand what specifically the impact of this project is going to have on your students, on your programs. That's where this area comes in. And that's where we need this information to be able to better support the need that you have. The programmatic use of the building, define the purpose of the project and how it will affect enrollment and or degree production. This is kind of like the rationale in the monthly project submittal. This is when you're giving us exactly what the rationale is of why, of what the purpose of this project is, what your intended use is, how it's affecting your enrollment, your degree production. So it's important that you give, again, enough information within this area so that way we understand what it is that your needs are. Yes?
So, I apologize, but can you go back to the full-time student enrollment trends? If it serves the entire student body, Do you still list all of the majors and the head counts in each one of those?
If it does serve your entire student body,
Like a roof, let's say.
sure, okay. In that case, you would just need to put a description in here for major title. You would just need to put entire student body.
Thank you.
Because we'll understand, if there's a project that's not a roofing project, but we're not exactly clear on how that affects the entire student body, we may ask some questions about, can you specifically explain how this is affecting the entire student body? Safety. If you go back to the NMHED that we went through earlier, you'll see a lot of this stuff is actually called out for in that particular NMHED. We're talking about safety here. Define how the project will incorporate building security applications into the facilities, lighting, parking proximity, basic security devices, electronic access devices, etc. This is where you really want to touch on if these projects are safety critical. Those are important projects to us. Those are important projects to the state. We want to make sure that we are providing a safe environment for students. We want to make sure that we are, that we are doing everything that we can in order to ensure that we are, as I mentioned, providing a safe environment. So if you do have projects that do have a safety component to them, make sure to define that here as clearly as possible. Green screen for buildings. Define how the project will achieve the requirements listed in NMHED 2.70.4.10. We're going to go through that in more detail later on, so I won't get into it too much here. And if appropriate, add the LEED checklist and energy model. Well, we'll talk about this, like I said, a little bit more going forward. But what's important in this area is that you do define specifically, depending on the project size, depending on the dollar amount that you guys are anticipating this project is going to cost, what it is that you guys are planning on doing in order to meet the requirements for certification. For whether it be LEED, whether it be your Energy Star, whether it be green screen, you want to make sure that you put as much detail as you can into this section of the project submittal. Language for the appropriation. Please input the language that would be included in the legislative bill if this project were to be recommended. This is important. This was one of the things that a few people actually asked me questions about. Can we go over the language of the appropriation? Because when you look at State Board of Finance's draw request rule, it outlines specifically what each of the terms mean for legislative language. To plan, design, construct, renovate, equip, furnish, so on and so forth. As you start to go through and look at those things, then you start to see what's important when you're creating this language. How broad do you need it to be? Because if you happen to write something up as to plan, design, XXYY, well, you can't use that money to construct anything. You can't use that money to furnish anything. So it's important to look at those terms as they're defined in order to make in order to design the best appropriation language you can to utilize your funding the way you need to. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in detail as well. But I did want to just bring this up. The other part that's important about the language for the appropriation is, once your projects are already fully approved, they've already gone through the process, they are funded, they got approved through higher ed, and then you start submitting draws. We'll talk about this under the draw request as well, but I want to kind of tie these together. We're going to look at the language of the appropriation when you submit a draw request. But not only are we going to look at the language of the appropriation, we're going to look at the project that was actually approved. Because keep in mind that when you bring a project forward for approval, we're approving you to do that project. If you change the scope of that project, it's no longer the project that was originally approved, even if it follows the appropriation language. So these are keys that I kind of want to touch on as we go through this, so that way everybody has good clarification of how it is that we look at these projects from start to finish. And that's pretty much it when it comes to the project submittal. And as I mentioned, the project submittal, you need to have one for each of your projects that you are presenting for summer hearings. And more forms. 5-year capital outlay funding plan. This allows the committee to see the priorities of the institution for the next 5 years. It shows the funding sources anticipated by each institution for the projects. The information is compared to the infrastructure capital improvement plan information for each institution. And the information is also compared to the institution's 5-year plan, which is due with the summer hearing package submitted or before. So again, this is important. This is important because in essence what it does is it tells us what your outlook looks like. It's important for us to know what other projects you guys have in the pipeline. And this is what the form looks like. Again, if you've done this before, this is the same form as last year. It's not changed. You've got the institution's acronym. Oops, I don't know what that is. You've got your FY18 funding priority. You've got your overall funding priority, GOB or SDB project, the project title, the description. The month year the project to be started, month year project to be finished, cost of project or phase, percentage to be funded from legislative funding, list percent and describe the funding, and then other funding sources. Is it new construction, is it renovation, and then what's the square footage? So we just want to see your 5-year plan, what it is that you guys have. I understand you're submitting your 5-year plans. I do. This is a duplicate. I realize that, what this does for us, I'm not sure about that. What this does for us is this allows us to go ahead and extract the information that you put in to put it into a better spreadsheet for us to be able to analyze. So, like I said, I do understand that it's a duplicate. You already submitted your 5-year plan, so we'll work on getting this streamlined as well. I've been in this position now for 3 months. I wish I could have changed, certain things, that you guys as an institution have talked to me about. But at the same time, in 3 months, it's difficult to do because we have to analyze. Ron, I'm not trying to change your style. Just I'm going to say like 3 months. But no, but like I say, I mean, just in all reality, there's things that we need to analyze. We always have to improve. We always have to improve what we're doing. And so like I say, this I know is a duplicate for what you guys are already doing. I apologize for that. As we're going forward, we'll see how we can streamline this for next year. And more forms, IMG. Okay, so the IMG, the form has all institutions listed. Again, same form as you guys had last year. Populate column G, H, and I with your institution's information. Column F and J will automatically populate. The committee uses this information to understand the current square footage per FTE of each institution. It's important in analyzing new build versus renovation and or repurposing existing facilities. So again, here's the form. You don't have to fill out every other institution's information. If one of you guys wants to volunteer for that, I'm sure everybody else would be okay with that. But for right now, like I say, you just want to fill out your own. You just want to fill out your own information in these columns here. Well, back over here. So you've got your percent difference between 15 and 16. You've got your institution eligible ING, gross square footage for 16, your fall semester ING FTE students, fall semester ING online FTE, and then of course this will populate on its own. So again, as I mentioned before, we're looking for on-campus FTE. So this is important, and the reason why this is important because anybody can pull this information up. We have it available on PDC. You can see the certain institutions and the number of FTE that they have based on square footage. And so we look at this. This is important. This is important whenever you're analyzing projects, especially if you're analyzing projects that are asking for additional square footage, because it's difficult for any company to be able to approve a project that is asking for additional square footage when you have such a high square footage per FTE. So again, these are the ways that we analyze this. And the last form, status of active project. So nothing tells you what your future looks like more than what you've done in the past, right? In a lot of respects. So the status of your active projects, this is the form that we're going to use to see a quick update on where each institution is with active projects and appropriations. How many active appropriations does each institution have? Are the institutions drawing down funds? Are the projects on schedule? How are the projects phasing? This is important information for us as well, because anytime you have severance tax or general obligation bond funding, there are some requirements that we need to follow. One of those is ensuring that you expend at least 5% of that bond funding within the first 6 months of the project. We want to make sure that you expend at least 85% within 3 years. So these are certain things that we look at. So it's important for us to be able to look to see where your projects are when we're doing our assessments. Again, some of this information, actually all of this information, can be verified within CPMS. You know, we can see what it is that you guys have done, where you guys are at in regards to draw requests, if the project came through higher ed, if the funding was funded through higher ed. If the funding goes directly from DFA to the institution, we can still look it up in CPMS. But at the same time, we don't have as close of a figure on what it is that we're looking at. So we're asking for you guys to provide this information for us. It'll make it easier for us to do a quick assessment of where you're at with your funding. I'll show you the form real quick. Again, same thing, same as last year. It's got the definitions of the NMHED specifically for what ties into this. It gives you information down here onto what it is that we're looking for in each of the columns. So you're going to have your project title, institution, the appropriation ID, fund code, project current status, HED approval date, Board of Finance approval date. These are if applicable, of course, right? Programmatic use of the building, source of funding, total project cost per gross square foot, performance measure related to degree production STEM age support students at risk, product or service provided by private sector, facility condition index, and gross square feet of instructional general or auxiliary spaces. So, like I say, as you go through here, you're going to talk a little bit about each of your existing ongoing projects. If you have a project that is still listed in CPMS, even though it's finished, include it. Include it in here. Because if it's in CPMS, it's not officially closed in the system yet. So just include it on here. And the reason why I say that is because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and I'm going to make sure that we do what we need to do on our end to close projects that should already be closed. We're working on that as well. Debbie at Outlay Bureau, her staff and I are working on trying to close out some projects in CPMS that are kind of still lingering. So, but like I say, you want to make sure to put your status of your active projects here. So that's it. as far as the summer hearings goes, some of the forms that were utilized last year are not going to be utilized this year. But like I say, the majority of the forms are exactly what they were last year. So, important points, you can review the forms on the HED website. Submit the packet to the HED FTP site by June 1st of 2017. If you need a username or password reset, send me an email. Here's my email address. I can either reset your password if you already have one, or if you don't have one, I can go ahead and issue you to upload projects. And then, of course, you want to check the HED website to see when your institution presents for the summer hearings. Any questions on summer hearings? If you have any questions as you're filling out the forms, if you have any comments, please let me know. If there's a way that we need to expand the form, if there's something on the form that doesn't make sense, feel free to give me a call. Because I know as we go through it up here, it's difficult to know until you're actually in the filling out the form. So, once you're in it, give me a call, let me know, and I'd be more than happy to help you go through it. It's time for a break. So we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 5 after 11, and we'll start with the next presentation. So, thank you, everybody.
So talking about
All right, everybody, let's go ahead and get started here. Got a few things to go through today, so. So that particular section was on the capital outlay summary hearings. And so the next section that I want to go into on now is capital projects approval by higher ed. So as I mentioned before, one of the things that we were trying to do was make sure that we give you this information kind of linear in how it works. So once you submit your capital project, once you submit your projects for the summer hearings, and once those projects are in fact funded, then you have another step, which is the capital project approval by IRS. So I want to go through that process in a little detail as well. Again, what are they and why do we have them? 5.3.10.6a of the NMHED states that the objective is to assume responsibility for approving all building, construction, major remodeling projects, and purchases of real property at public post-secondary educational institutions. And 5.3.10.6b NMHED states the purpose is to provide approval of proposed capital outlay projects for which funding is available and to be handled by the Commission. These NMACs are a little bit old. We're still considered a commission in a lot of them. We are, of course, the higher education department, but before we were the Commission on Higher Education. So these are the NMAC requirements that we follow when it comes to capital projects. So how do I know what projects to submit? For you as an institution, how do you know what projects need to come forward? So 5.3.10.8c defines projects for submittal as follows. Any purchase of real property. Any project which results in the addition of square footage. Any proposal to issue bonds. Alterations or site improvements based on the total project cost. And any demolition of existing building. So as I put here, this is pretty much every kind of project you would have. There are some, some projects that don't have to come forward for full committee approval. And we'll talk about that as we go forward. But it's mostly based on dollar threshold. It's not really based on the capital project. So, is there a dollar limit for approvals? Yes, there is. 5.3.10.8c4, specific to any alterations and site improvements. I want to make sure that we talk to this, specific to any alterations and site improvements, because based on this, institutions with an FTE enrollment of 1,500 or less, anything over 50,000, up to $299,999.99, can be approved by staff. Anything over 300,000 to $499,999.99, I have to make sure to say that, is the committee. Anything over 500,000 says commission. So the way the NMAC really reads is, if you have a project that falls under 300,000, over 50,000, staff can approve it. Anything over 300,000, higher committee approves. That's in essence what it is. I am working on changing the NMAC right now. Once I get the draft put together, I'll send it out to all of you institutions so you can look at it. Before we even go forward with it. And the change is going to be specifically two things. Changing commission to department and removing the 500,000. Because in all reality, anything over 300,000 requires HED approval. So those are the two changes that are going to happen. But like I say, I'll circulate it out to you before we do it. Currently, as it stands, this is what it says. Same here. Institutions with FTE enrollments over 1,500. So this, anything over 300,000, up to 499,999. Staff approval. Anything over 500,000, facilities committee approval. Anything over 750,000, commission. Same thing. Changes will be made. Of course, I'm going to send them to everybody so everybody can look at them, so everybody can see what that'll be. But this is what it currently says here. So if you have a project that is less than 500,000 and over 300,000, and you're an institution with an FTE over 1,500, you still have to submit the project to hire. It just won't go to the committee for approval. Does that make sense? Let me go
Is the change going to say anything from 0 to
50K, because that says 50K. Does that mean that under 50K going forward, you don't need HED approval?
You're absolutely right about that. Anything under 50,000 for institutions with an FTE of 1,500 or less doesn't have to come to higher ed. Anything less than 300,000 with institutions with an FTE of 1,500 doesn't have to come to higher ed. However, there is this thing now called project verification approval form. The DFA requires, actually I take that back. Yeah, it is what DFA requires. It's an NMHED requirement. And if you're an institution that has a project that falls under this threshold, any of these two thresholds, DFA will still not process your draw request unless you get a project verification form. So with that said, even though you don't have to submit the project for approval, you still won't be able to submit for draws until we see something for that project to verify that it does in fact fall below the threshold, so that way we can sign off on that and you can do draws. Go ahead, Ron.
To clarify, the reason for it is twofold. One, to make sure the DFA, or actually Board of Finance, knows that the project is okay and that it is not a phased project. Remember, the code does say you cannot break a project up into small pieces to avoid approval by HED and Board of Finance. So.
And the interesting part about what Ron is talking about is it's actually written in NMHED exactly that. It is an NMHED requirement. A lot of the things that we're going to be talking about, I'm always going to divert you to the NMHED and where it says we need to do what we need to do. Because there's a lot of items that were in the NMHED that I don't think we were doing historically, as an agency. And when I say historically, I mean, 3, 5, years back. So I mean, these are things that we're just trying to become compliant ourselves as an agency with a lot of the things that we're asking for. And like I say, the main reason why I always want to tie it back to NMHED is because there's a reason behind us wanting what we're wanting. So, Derek, you had a question?
Yeah, I was going to ask, so for the projects that are under 300,000, you said we have to submit something to get that project verification from DFA. What does that something look like, or we can?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm going to go over that. Yeah. Well, whenever we get to the draw request portion of the presentation this afternoon, I'll go over draw requests, and I'll go over the documentation associated with draw requests, projects that come to higher ed, draws that come to higher ed, and then projects that go directly to DFA, but with the need for that project verification. So we'll talk about that in detail.
Just a real quick question. What's the process for staff approval compared to committee approval?
I'm actually going to touch on that as well as we go forward. And again, a lot of these questions that you guys asked me, I touched on in the presentation because these were questions that were asked. Yeah. So they're great questions. So again, this is what we look at in regards to whether or not projects need to come forward. And this is what I urge you to look at as well, so you understand and know what should come forward. So when does the committee meet and who is on the committee? The committee schedule can be found on our website under Institutions and Resources. The committee meets monthly on the second Wednesday of every month. There are exceptions to that. During legislative session, the committee doesn't meet. During summer hearings, the committee doesn't meet. But for the most part, you have about 8 opportunities every year to submit projects. The committee is chaired by Dr. Gerald Burke. The committee is made up of members from HED, LFC, DFA, and Energy. And the agenda for the meetings is posted 72 hours in advance on the HED website and at the HED offices at 2044 Dalesdale Street in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. So we do follow the Open Meetings Act when it comes to the Capital Projects Committee. I know that's been a question at times, even for ourselves internally, of whether or not this committee is and should be governed by open meetings. but we do follow Open Meetings Act when it comes to it. Is there a deadline to submit, and what do I need to submit? So the deadline is listed on the committee schedule located on the HED website and falls approximately 1 month prior to the meeting date. The forms for the project submittal can also be found on the HED website, and they are the capital project transmittal summary sheet, Form 1A, which is project information, Form 1A, which is the ING information, Form 2, space information, Form 3, estimated utility costs, Form 4, project budget, Form 5, proposed project square footage and funding sources, and Form 6, certification by government. It is important to use the forms and other documents from the website as they are the most up-to-date. And it is important because for the most part what I'll try and do is I'll try to let everybody know if there's a change made. If an institution has comments on how a form may be improved, send them to me. We'll evaluate it. If it looks like it is a change that would be beneficial, we'll definitely look at making the change. At the same time, I'll also try and notify everybody that I have on a contact list, hey, this form is going to be changed, this is what's going to be changed. But if I don't happen to have you on that contact list, that's why it's important that you go to the website to fill in forms. Because if a change is made and you did not receive notification of that change, then whenever I receive the project submittal, I'm not going to say that the project is not allowed because it's on the incorrect forms. It's just there may be something on the new form that is not included on the old form. That's the main reason. Yes, sir.
May I recommend before you consider making changes to the forms that you include institutions, maybe the substantive institutions,
Always.
So they can have some input as to the impact of their institutions, because changes cause impacts.
Always do. Yeah. You'll always find that I will reach out to you guys as institutions.
Thank you.
And let you know that these are the proposed changes that we're planning on going forward with doing.
Actually, we might have some recommendations.
And like I say, this isn't a one-way street, right? As the oversight agency, it's always great to say, well, hire and tell you what to do. No, we don't do that, right? That's not what we're here for. We're here to work together, right? We're here to work together in order to make sure that we are meeting what our requirements are, but also feeding off of each other, because you guys have a lot more experience than I do as one individual. You guys can give a lot more guidance on what we can do in order to streamline the process and make it better. So yeah, by all means, if you guys have requested changes, please share them with me. And we can always come together as a group to try and see what we can do as far as implementing some of these changes. Again, like I mentioned before, I've been here 3 months, so you can't expect much change in the 3 months, but also at the same time, I wanted to take this opportunity to be able to introduce myself to you, meet you, and then also open up the dialogue between you and I to try and see what we could do to streamline the processes. It is important to use the forms. Where went to that? Okay, so now let's discuss the forms. 5.3.10 and 2.70.4 of the NMHED. So 5.3.10 is a higher ed NMHED. 2.70.4 is a State Board of Finance NMHED. Okay? Information to be submitted. So capital project transmittal summary sheet. This is pretty much your checklist. This sheet serves as the checklist of what it is that you're going to be submitting. It gives HED information on who the contact person is for questions regarding the project submittal, and it gives guidance on which forms to submit for different submittal types, which is bullet 6. And this is in essence what the form looks like, okay? Your institution, the date, the project title, location, HED meeting date when project consideration is being requested, the contact person and the phone number. This is really important. And the reason why I say this is really important is because when you're an institution like UNM, for instance, or New Mexico State, and you have multiple individuals that I work with, it's important to know the contact person for an individual project, because that way I can contact them directly if I have questions, and it'll save time. Now, that's why this contact person information is important. Required forms for project categories. So if it's a construction, alteration, or demolition, you need all forms. If it's revenue bonds, you need 1, 1A, 4, 5, and 6. Property acquisitions, so on and so forth. A site plan of the proposed project. Completed plan and profile drawings of the project, including elevations and floor plans with each space numbered and identified as to use and size. Project information. Institutional general information. So this is a checklist, as I mentioned before. You use it as a checklist for what your package should look like when you're submitting it. So Form 1, the project information sheet, the description. Follow the guidance on the form and give as much information as possible. I think one of the things that a lot of the institutions have noticed is that as much as I don't like to make things more difficult, and I do say that seriously, somebody may not agree. What I do want is, when we're looking at these, just remember that I don't know what your project is. And without knowing what your project is, when you write out your description for the project, it may make perfect sense to you, but I won't know what it really is. And that's why it's important that when you're doing the description, when I say follow the guidance on the form and give as much information as possible, we really need all of that information. The location, where on campus is this building, renovation, etc. What's the size of the project in gross square feet? The contents, general nature of the space. What's in the building? Is it classrooms? Is it labs? Is it offices? Is it IT servers? What is in that building that you guys are bringing forward? What programs are served? That's important. It's important to know this information. And then, of course, any special characteristics. Is it a historic building? Are there any distinct elements, materials, craftsmanship, decorative details, aspects of site and environment? We need to know these things. Like I said, it's extremely important for us to have this information. There is, and I'll show you the form now, not a lot of detail, okay? Not a lot of area for you to fill out here. Use the second page if you have to. I want to expand on this. I want to make sure that there is enough information for the committee and myself to be able to really look at these projects.
So we're no longer limited by 200 words?
No, we're not limiting the wording to 200 words. Yeah. And there's a lot to be said about being detailed and keeping the words to 200, right? Because it really makes you think about what are you going to put in those 200 words. Unfortunately, it's not enough detail for me to understand what your projects are. So I don't want to inhibit your ability to describe your project with 200 words. So by all means, you're not inhibited to the 200 words. And then when it comes to, like I say, and then make sure you populate the year built and the date of the last improvement. And then your rationale. Describe the project's merits, how the project satisfies institutional goals, mission, need, program growth. That's important. Here's a slide on rationale. Follow the guidance on the form. Project merits. That's where we need to see the understanding of the project and its purpose, what your need is. How the project satisfies your institutional goals, mission, need, program growth. Is project on your 5-year plan? It's important for us to know if your project is on the 5-year plan or not. Even though you may have submitted your 5-year plan, I'm sorry, I won't remember that it's on the 5-year plan. And then the same goes for the committee. We want to make sure that the committee is aware that, hey, this is a priority project because you have it on your 5-year plan. Now, just because it's not on your 5-year plan doesn't mean it's a priority project for you. Sometimes it can be another project that you guys have as a priority in another area of your institution's planning. Note that, this is not on our 5-year plan. However, this project is important for so on and so forth reasons. Okay. List the user groups and programs, which programs will it serve. Again, I think I've talked about this already enough, but it's really important for us to know who's being served by this. Which students, which programs, how is it affecting your institution? And then we need to know the consequences of not receiving approval, okay? The impact to the students, programs, institutions. I know a lot of times institutions will, will put, just a standard sentence, that, not approving this project will, will hinder, enrollment growth. Okay, I can understand that. However, I want you to take some time and really give us the reasoning how this project will impact your institution. If you put sentences like that, as far as consequences of not receiving approval, you have to look at it from our perspective on when we're looking at it. Does it really make sense? Is it really going to hurt you as an institution? That's what we're really looking at these types of things. It's important. This is your opportunity to sell this project, for lack of a better term. You really have to be able to explain what the need is for this project. So, again, the other thing that I want to caution people on is remember what you submitted for the summer hearing as it ties into this particular project approval. Because what you got approved at the summer hearing should be the same project. It should be that same project. So keep in mind that we are looking at that here at Higher Ed. We want to ensure that what you originally got approved is what you bring forward for capital projects approval, and then ultimately what you're drawing from when you're doing draw requests should be the same. That's why I started out the presentation saying that this is really linear, because it all plays into how projects flow from beginning to end. And I think the sticky on the bottom really just sums it up, right? Why? Why do you guys need the project? So Form A1, institutional and general information. Fill out the information at the top of the form: institution, project title, original date, and revision date. The revision is only necessary if the project was not approved and is being resubmitted. There may be times when you guys submit a project by the project deadline, and I have questions, and I ask you to please answer the questions within your project forms and resubmit. That's not a resubmit, okay? That's still the original, okay? But if your project goes to committee, and that committee, it's either rejected at committee, and you have to resubmit a new project, or there are changes to the forms that need to be made that are contingency. At that point in time, it's a resubmittal, because it's been heard. Your original project has been heard by the committee, and changes to what's been heard and documented in the minutes of the committee is now a revision. So any conversation you and I have, any back and forth on the forms, it's not a revision. We're just trying to get the project ready for submittal committee. So I just wanted to make that point, because there sometimes can be some confusion on what constitutes a revision. Current total on-campus enrollment, current total off-campus enrollments, tuition, program enrollment served by the project, bonding information. So let's look at the form. Okay. So institution, project title. This information should be the same as on your first sheet. It isn't original unless it's a revision. That didn't make any sense. Anyway, current total on-campus enrollment. So total head count, percent growth from previous year.
Are those still fall numbers?
Yes. FTE, percent average growth in previous 5-year period. Where do I look at these information Trust but verify. I'm an auditor by trade, actually. So, as an auditor, for verification purposes, I always need to verify this information. How do I verify it? Well, I verify it based on the numbers you guys submit to higher ed for us to post on our website. That's what I'm looking for. So that's what you want to make sure that you're tying to as you're submitting. Current total off-campus enrollment, web-based or distance ed, head count percent growth, FTE, 5-year percent average growth in previous 5-year period. Current tuition per credit hour, current tuition per semester. You want to fill out this information. Program enrollment being served by this project. I've seen some projects that have been submitted where they have the entire campus. But yet it's just a building that is specific to a certain program. Now, I can see programs that actually every student will have to take in order to graduate. I can see those types. But we want to make sure that we're concentrating specifically on what the program enrollment being served is whenever you submit this information. Because like I say, that is important. And sometimes if I'm not too sure about that, I'll ask you to just give me some verbiage onto how that number was derived. How do you figure that was the case? Bonding information, if local bond proceeds are to be used for the project funding. And then, of course, your project schedule. Proposed construction start date, proposed construction completion. This information helps NMHED understand the trends of each institution. Right? We look at enrollment trends. Are you going up? Are you going down? Decreasing enrollment, want to build a 50,000 square foot building. We have to be able to understand specifically what it is that you guys are wanting to do. Now, that particular example, it's not wrong to need that. We just need to understand why. So the next item is space information. So I'll open up the form here. List the net assignable square feet and net usable square footage. If you want to make sure to break this information down by classrooms, laboratories, office space, study space, special, general, support, health, residential, and then of course your other areas. You want to break this information down as much as possible into the correct classification code areas for your project. And then same here when you're getting your net usable total. When you're getting your total usable square footage. And I'll go through that now here on the slide. Each classification code needs to be completed for new and or altered net assignable square footage along with percent of net usable square footage. Add column totals to come up with, the NASF total for new alteration and percent of NUSF. Okay. Add any tear space. So in essence, all I'm doing is walking through the form with this slide. A couple of people in the break asked me, are we going to have access to these slides? So now I want to make that point known because unless everybody's going to write this down, it would really help you. So yes, the slides are going to be available after the presentation. So you'll be able to go back and look at the slides, and look at any area that you need to look at. We're also trying something new. This presentation is being recorded. So you should, if everything goes well, I'm not sure if it will, because we've never done it before, being able to go back and look at this presentation live, just like we are right now, with all of the comments and everything else that's going on. So like I say, this slide walks through specifically what it is that we're looking at. Looking for on that form. So the next is estimated utility costs. Fill out the form for all projects, including non-ING. Provide in the bottom area of the form for projects not funded by legislative appropriations, green screen information for the following. Increase in building square footage of 0 square feet to 5,000 square feet, or renovation including upgrade or replacement of at least 2 of the following. HVAC systems, electrical, including lighting, and the components that separate the interior and exterior environments of a building, and serve to protect the indoor environment and facilitate climate control. Green screen is used as evidence of energy efficient measures as required by Senate Bill 200. So when you're talking about what to submit for a project related to green screen and or related to what's the other area for utilities? Now I just drew a blank. LEED certification, okay? Green screen, LEED certification. You'll find that there are times that if you submit target finder information, Energy Star information, I'm asking that the Energy Star information be complete. You know, I won't just take the front screen that shows a not applicable or a certain number. We want the entire target finder filled out for submittal. Energy and Minerals is going to talk a little bit more about green screen as we go forward, but I want to just make a note on a couple of things. First thing is, take a look at Senate Bill 200 when you have an opportunity, because Senate Bill 200 actually talks specifically about this information right here. Projects not funded by legislative appropriations, and this green screen information that's needed. It also talks about the need for target finder. So keep in mind that if you have a project that is not funded by legislative appropriations, this is what you need to submit. You need to submit the green screen, and if it meets a certain requirement, you'll need to submit target finder information.
What year is the Senate bill?
That Senate bill is 2012. Is it?
Richardson initiative, so it just hasn't been reversed. So maybe it was 2008.
Maybe 2008.
I want to say 2008, but I mean,
Yeah. So here's some green screen examples that I want to touch on a little bit, okay? So, general. Construction waste management principles followed during construction. Because a lot of times people ask me, what are you looking for green screen? We don't have to meet LEED certification. You know, we don't have to, you know, we're not going to have Energy Star for this building, for this project. You know, what do we give? Well, for green screen, like I say, here are just some examples. You know, for general, construction waste management principles followed during construction. Energy efficiency and energy use reduction. You know, replacement of existing incandescent lights with dimmable LED fixtures. Higher efficiency stage lights. More efficient lighting controls integrated with building fire alarm system. You know, reduced costs for air conditioning as the LED light fixtures do not create as much heat. Maintenance costs. New and upgraded fixtures and equipment will result in reduced maintenance costs. You know, new equipment will be easier to access, resulting in less maintenance times per call.
2010.
2010?
Yeah.
Okay. So Senate Bill Senate Bill 200 is in 2010 legislation. And I think for all of you who are actually on the webinar, I did send all of the information related to this presentation, which included the Senate bill. If everybody signed in, I'll also provide that information as well. So I can send you a copy of the Senate bill, you know, once I send everything else out as well. So again, this is just different examples of green screen that I kind of pulled just so everybody would have an idea. Everybody is pretty good at submitting the information that they need for green screen. So, like I said, I just wanted to make sure to touch on this. Energy and Minerals will definitely touch more on this and give more detail on what it is that they're looking for. So that was for non-legislatively appropriated projects. So now let's talk about legislatively appropriated projects. 0 to 5,000 square feet, green screen, and completed target finder. Completed target finder means all pages completely filled out and signed. So if your project is 0 to 5,000 square feet, this is what we're looking for. A green screen and a completed target finder. Again, I want to emphasize, when it comes to target finder, if it's 1 through 5, page 1 through 5, I want page 1 through 5. I want the check marks. I want everything filled out because I want to see if that target finder was in fact completed. I don't need engineer verification signature. I just need somebody to sign off on that form. Because there's 2 areas on the target finder. Just make sure that the form is complete. 5,001 to 15,000 square feet, completed target finder, and evidence of 50% reduction in energy use compared to existing facilities of similar type. And then the 15,001 square feet or greater, completed target finder, evidence of 50% reduction in energy use compared to existing facilities of similar type, and achievement of a LEED silver rating or better. This is what the NMHED says. This is what we're looking for with legislatively appropriated projects. So, again, I want to just make sure that you all are aware of what it is that we're looking for. And also, another thing that I want to bring up is, if you submit a project that doesn't require a target finder, but you submit a target finder, I'm going to ask that the target finder be completed. Because if you're going to do a submittal, it's proper to do the complete submittal. If you don't need a target finder, then don't worry about submitting the target finder. But like I say, if you do submit it, I'm going to ask you to complete it. Submit the completed one, not just page 1. Okay. Because anything that you submit is useful information. If it's not required, I'm not going to expect it. So, like I say, but just keep in mind, keep these items in mind when you're submitting a project, because this is what we are going to be looking for. Form 4, proposed project costs. Original submittals, fill out the original submission column. For revisions, submit the original column information with budget revision for comparison. Remember to include GRT. Use bottom of sheet to explain any of the figures within the spreadsheet. So I'll open up the form. I think everybody's pretty familiar with this form as well if you've done this. Institution, project title, original revision. New construction, alteration. For general, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, special systems, code compliance. And then of course if you're doing a revision, do the revision here. Building cost subtotal, total construction cost, construction contingency, architectural engineering. You get the idea. You just want to break out the areas that you need to on this form of where they fit appropriate to your project costs. GRT, it's important to include GRT. It's so important we don't have it as a line item. We'll get that. We'll get that because that is like I say, it's important for us to know the gross receipts tax associated with the project as well. Since this project doesn't have an area for it, just place it here at the bottom. Your gross receipts tax. What I mentioned earlier, if you have a number that you are associating with up here that you need to explain more, just do your asterisk for GRT, double asterisk with double asterisk next to the numbers, and explain what that, where you're deriving that figure from, so that way we have an understanding of what that is, if you feel that it's necessary to explain.
Okay. So is the supporting documentation no longer necessary to be required to have a full breakdown for that?
So what you're talking about is the further breakout on specific areas. Now, if you feel that you can explain what those numbers are with a double asterisk, that's fine. If you feel that it's important for you to do a breakout in order to better explain the numbers, then by all means, submit the breakout. Some of it isn't going to be that. Some of it will not require that level of detail or breakout. I think it can be explained at the bottom of the sheet of how those numbers were derived. Form 5, proposed project square footage and funding sources. This form uses figures from other forms. Make sure they match. Cost per gross square foot is from Form 4. Ratio of net usable to gross square feet comes from Form 2. Make sure that those numbers jive. They don't pull from there automatically, so just make sure that the numbers match up. Funding source, make sure to enter the funding source as listed on the bottom of the form. This is important. I know it's very easy to just say GOB 15. I mean, it is very easy to just say GOB 15 or STB 13, whatever it may be. But what we want to see is, we want to see the GOB number, the DFA number, which laws, which chapter, and which section on the form. It's necessary for us to be able to easily not just know it's part of GOB 15, but know what the appropriation is in CPMS. We want to be able to cross-reference these easily. So it's important to go ahead and write it out in this format. This is the format that the form itself has always had a requirement that it be filled out this way. And it's just easier for us when we're evaluating projects to know specifically what it is that you're looking at. Yes, David?
Is there a database you could search to see where you get that law 2014, chapter 20, section 10, see where do you go to get that information?
So I do have a slide that tells you specifically how to access this information, but it is the CPMS. So the CPMS actually does have all of this information for you. CPMS will tell you this number, the laws, the chapter, and the section. It's all in the CPMS. So it's very simple to just pull your project up in CPMS and be able to just take that information and plug it in. For all of you that aren't familiar with what CPMS is, it's the Capital Projects Monitoring System that is managed by DFA. And that is where all capital projects, capital outlay projects for the entire state are housed. So again, I do have a slide that shows you how to get there and how to log in. It doesn't take a login ID, it's an open website. For internal funds, list the funding source. Example, housing capital plant fund generated by residents, life and student housing through resident room charges. Where did that funding come from? It's important to know, and it's easier if you go ahead and just let us know up front, because then it becomes a topic that is normally asked at a committee. Or asked to have Board of Finance if your project goes that far. Has to go that far, not goes that far, not it's won't stop. But if it needs to go to approval at Board of Finance as well. This is one of the things that they ask for, is where is this funding derived from? So it's important to list that information. And then provide a screenshot verifying availability of funds. We need to see that you have budgeted that money. It's important that you show a screenshot so the committee can know that that money is there. There's a placeholder for that. And then Form 6, certification by the governing board. Very similar to the certification for the summer hearings. This is just the certification by the governing board where you as an institution take the project to your governing board for approval. Projects recommended by the Capital Projects Committee for approval by HED must have been approved by the governing board of the institution before approval will be granted. HED will work with institution if board meetings fall after the submittal deadline of a project. If this is the case, a note needs to be added to the form stating when the board meeting will be held. So we understand that your board meetings sometimes fall after the submittal deadline. That's great. But it cannot fall after the approval of the project. It has to be before. We need to have the board approval prior to the project being heard by the Capital Projects Committee. So just to make sure that that takes place. So the forms cover most of the requirements of 5.310 and 2.70.4 NEMAC. However, there are other items needed. Copy of the project program or schedule. Completed preliminary floor plan drawings, including elevations with each space identified as to function. A plot plan indicating the site of the project. Green screen. Target finder Energy Star. LEED certification and certificate of adequate parking. So like I say, the forms cover the majority of what the NEMAC requires to be submitted. There are some items that are covered in the form, and that's these here. They need to be submitted as additional submittals with your project. The other thing I want to make note of is that this information was only for construction of buildings or other facilities, site improvements or major remodeling or repair. 5.3.9 and 2.70.4 offers guidance on required documents for other project submittals, such as, if you're submitting for a demo, if you're submitting for bonds, if you're submitting for other type of projects that are going to be submitting that don't fall under the construction of buildings or other facilities or site improvements. There are different sections that require different forms. What we just went over now is just specifically the construction of buildings or other facilities, because that's mostly what we see. Approvals. HED is final approval on projects submitted by community colleges and tribal institutions. Construction of buildings or other facilities. And then HED and Board of Finance approval is required for all institutions confirmed by Article 12, Section 11 of the State Constitution. This is very general here. Like I say, you would have to get more involved specifically in the NEMAC in order to see the exact approvals, but in general, this is what the approvals look like. Higher Ed approves certain ones, and then HED and then Board of Finance approve constitutions. HED is the final approval on projects submitted by community colleges and tribal institutions. Board of Finance is the final approval on projects submitted by institutions confirmed by Article 12, as I mentioned before, that meet the following thresholds. So earlier in the presentation, I gave you the higher ed thresholds. Now I want to give you the Board of Finance thresholds. Projects funded in whole or in part by capital outlay legislation, which costs over $500,000 at institutions with FTE enrollments under 1,500. You got to go to Board of Finance. Projects funded in whole or in part by capital outlay legislation with costs over $750,000 at institutions with FTE enrollments of 1,500 or more. Projects funded exclusively by sources other than legislative appropriations with cost over $50,000 at institutions with FTE enrollments of 1,500 or less. And then of course, the $300,000 with FTE enrollments exceeding 1,500. Again, institutions confirmed by Article 12. This is the Board of Finance requirements.
Gerald, I have a question which I really should know the answer to, but I don't, so I'm going to ask you here. If you are a branch community college, so you're enumerated under the so the mothership is enumerated under the Constitution. Are we talking? If we're talking about the threshold approval, is it the FTE count at the branch college, or is it the FTE count for the main campus? The constitutes proof. The branch. That's what I thought. Right?
That's the branch. Good question, Hunter. Yeah, that's the branch. So like I say, I mean, we're skimming over this quickly, because we don't have a lot of time to delve into it more, into more detail. But I mean, just to give you a quick overview of what that is. So now I wanted to give some scenarios. We've got a couple of scenarios just so everybody has the opportunity to go ahead and see how we're looking at these and how you feel they should be handled. So scenario 1, bond funding for an infrastructure improvement campus-wide for $1.5 million. When the project was submitted at summer hearing, they asked for multiple projects to be completed. $250,000 parking lot, $400,000 HVAC replacement, $150,000 roof repair, $700,000 building renovations. How should this project be handled? Does anybody want to take a stab at it? There's no wrong answers. Actually, there is. 40 in a row.
56.
So for this particular project, you have a couple of options that you can take. Ron made a great point earlier, and that point was State Board of Finance rule requires that projects not be artificially segmented in order to circumvent the process. Okay? Now, that holds true when you use the term artificially segmented. But if you have projects such as these, and the projects are not within the same system, such as parking lots and sidewalks really are not within the same system as HVAC systems, then is this considered an artificial segmentation if you were to break this into smaller projects for approval? Debbie?
So I guess my question is, doesn't it depend on how it's put out to bid? Are they going to put it out to bid as one project? If they receive $1.5 million, are they putting it out to bid as one project for all of these phases, or not, or projects, individual projects? Or are they putting it out individually? So I think that that's the big question.
And that, so that in itself offers two scenarios. As Debbie mentioned, if you as an institution go out to bid, as an example, let's just say that you go to, and you utilize CES. And CES gives you a bid for all of these 4 projects as one. Well, in that case, this is a single project submitted to the capital projects for approval. Okay. Because CES is going to be your vendor. CES is going to be your notice of obligation. And that's how that would be handled in that case. If you were to go out 4 separate projects, if you're going to go out to bid for 4 separate projects, some of these projects fall under the threshold for approval by the Capital Projects Committee. Potentially, I'm not saying to do this, but you could potentially get your $250,000 parking lot on the $150,000 roof repair that goes to the higher ed for staff. The $400,000 and the $700,000 could go to full committee. You're not artificially segmenting a project if they're not within the same system. So it's important to analyze your projects and look at the NMHED requirements. Again, every project we're going to see regardless. Whether it be draw request time, we're going to see it. So, but it does behoove you to look at these projects and figure out what the most appropriate way is to submit them for approval. And when we're talking this afternoon about notice of obligations, paper periodic reporting, draw requests, this is going to make a lot more sense. Because how you do this on the front end will determine the nightmare or the dream that you have at the end when you're doing notice of obligations and draw requests. It really is important. Yeah, go ahead.
Your the HVAC replacement for Triple X Hall in the bullet act, that should the roof repair that's related to that same hall be included under bullet number 2?
It should, because it's the same system.
But what do you mean by system?
What I mean by system is, and when I use the term system, I'm talking about how the projects are related to each other. Is one necessary for the other? If you're doing a roof replacement and that HVAC unit is on the roof, then in essence you're going to be assessing, you're going to be doing the roof. Hopefully you're not going to do the roof and then, well, you potentially could. But I mean, yeah, just not say that. But I mean, what I'm talking about how they relate to each other when you're using the term artificially segmented. Okay? So, and that's the key, is when you're going to break a project down, you want to make sure that you're keeping your projects that are related together. You don't want to segment those because that would be artificially segmenting if it's bringing you below the threshold of approval.
I've often thought during my years here that the project is defined as a single facility. That's the system. So if if I'm doing a roof repair on XXX hall and an HVAC renovation at the same time, let's assume that that roof repair is 50-50 between those two facilities, then the half of 150 should be included with the $400,000 because I'm renovating XXX hall. That's the way I've always interpreted it when I submit my stuff. I don't know if that's right or not. That's just the way.
Like I said, there's no wrong.
Legislative funding.
I thought it was the facility itself that defined the project. It's all within that facility.
And you know, we have quite a few examples in the state that have this exact scenario. And the next scenario that I'm going to show as well, where you have, go ahead, Debbie, if you want to.
So let me take a stab at this. So generally what we see, this is what you submitted to the committee for review and during the summer hearings, and then you broke it down for the committee. But when that goes to LOC or to DFA to review the language, we purposely try to be broad in the way that we word the language so that you have some flexibility, that we give institutions flexibility. That's been great in a lot of senses, but it's also been not so great in some cases, because what we've seen is what we anticipated that was going to be funded for these projects based on what was provided hasn't actually happened. And so we don't necessarily look at facilities. Well, if there's questions, we'll always go back to what you submitted to the committee during the summer and say yes or no, that project was included in there. So we don't specifically talk about facilities, especially when you look at the legislative language, but if there's questions, we'll refer back to that. So you have the flexibility to do things that you need to.
Because where that could get you in trouble would seem to me, let's assume this was a geo bond project. It was $5 million. And I indicated that it was to do roof projects of, say, 6 different buildings. Well, I get that project done. What happens if I run out of money? And that language, it describes those, say, 6 buildings in the geo bond language. We receive the geo bond, and when I get done, I don't have any money left to do the last building. I violated the language of that law.
No, because there's a provision in the act, in the bill, both the GEO bill and the service tax bill, that says that if there's not sufficient funding to do all of that, you can do a portion of the project.
Exactly. I would hate to go in front of Dr. Burke after the fact and say, well, I almost got this done, Dr. Burke.
Well, and that's a new request, actually, is what it is.
Right.
It's a new request where the institution has to make up the difference.
Yeah. I guess we've just been kind of conservative with respect to how we look at it.
So like I say, there's one scenario. Like I say, there are different ways to approach this. I just wanted to do this because I wanted everybody to kind of have a little bit of an idea of, hey, there are different ways to do these things, right? I mean, there are ways. The next scenario, bond funding for roof repairs campus-wide. You have 1.5 million of STB, and then you got 3 million of GOB. Okay. STB is for building A and B. GOB is for building B, C, and D. How should this be handled? Again, these are real scenarios. I can make these up. They're interesting and they're real scenarios. Now, to Debbie's point earlier, if you have a contractor that comes in and they bid everything, okay, great, that's fine. But keep in mind that you have 2 funding sources. You have an STB and you have a GOB. Keep in mind that the language for the 1.5 million STB is just for building A and B. And keep in mind that the GOB is for building B, C, and D. The GOB is not for building A. The STB is not for building C and D. So remember that when you do these types of projects, if you do have one contractor that's going to be doing the work for you, they need to separate the work by these appropriations somehow for us to be able to see that the GOB went to C and D and that the STB went to A and then the portion of it went to B. It's important, like I say, and it's important to know this on the front end because, like I say, it's the nightmare that becomes the draw requests and the notice of obligations at the end that we deal with after this.
And follow up something that Debbie said triggered for me. If you get into the project and you had a renovation and you opened up a wall and you found that there were things you hadn't anticipated, it's going to make the total cost exceed the money, the funding you got from GOV? Is that a new request? I thought I heard you say that.
And then it'll become a new request, because you only have, whatever money you have to do that portion of the work, and if you need additional money, you'll have to come in the next year. And it should be in your infrastructure capital improvement plan. It should be included in your 5-year plan, and then you come into the next year.
No, you can't come in the next year if you're in the middle of the project and you find out that.
Well, you have to, because you don't have funding. I mean, that is what
No,
you
but
want.
it's not GOV funding, is it? It's going to be handled by the institution. So how do you submit?
Oh, I see.
You're
So keep in mind that everything that we're talking about here and everything that we're working with here is all money that's appropriated to the state. So when you're talking about your own internal money that you're going to be using for projects,
do you come back?
you do that on your own.
So you don't have to bring it in just for.
If
part of
your
the
project changes 10%, it has to go back to HED for approval.
That's what
So
I thought.
if you do your roofing project and you have 1.5 million SDB and you end up having to add another 200,000 to it, you have to go back for approval.
Okay,
So
that's what I thought.
there's a $100,000 thing in there, and that's a sticky wicket. But usually if you go 10%, you need to contact Gerald about resubmitting.
Okay. So it's a resubmittal. That's what I was trying to understand what you do if you have something that comes up.
Gotcha, yeah. And then, that is a true statement. Yeah, there is.
Okay.
Within the NMHED, there is this, as a matter of fact, it's the last section of the NMHED that talks about, projects that change. So then the last scenario is just bond funding for plan, design, construct, and equip of a certain $125 million. Design is $2.5 million, construction is $21.5 million. How should this be handled? Well, there's a couple of things that you can do here. You can submit the entire project, for approval. However, keep in mind that if you are anticipating on drawing down design money before your project comes forward for approval, you're not going to be able to, because your design is $2.5 million, and as I told you before, we have to have a project verification approval sheet that needs to be attached to your drawing request that goes to State Board of Finance. And since the project is going to exceed the threshold for project approval, the design alone, it cannot be approved for drawings because of the fact that the project has to come forward for approval before it can be drawn down. So it's important that if you're going to do a project like this, and you want to draw your design fees before you bring the project forward, that you bring the design to committee for approval, and then bring the construction after your design phase. Does that make sense? That's only if you want to make sure, if you want to be able to draw down some of your money. If you want to use your own internal money up until you get the project approved, then that's perfectly fine. You don't have to worry about breaking it into two. But if you do want to draw down on your design, bring the design forward, so you will have project approval in order to draw down on your design. Okay?
Is there something called a soft letter or something that you get a certain percentage on the design that you could draw them on?
So what this does is this actually, the scenario that I'm talking about here actually is in place of the soft cost letter, if you want to call it that. So the soft cost letter, what its intent was, or is to notify an institution that they can spend up to a certain amount of their own money in order to fully design a project, maybe not fully, but have a project substantially designed so it can be brought forward for approval by the committee. That's what the soft cost letter is. What this is, what I'm telling you now is, the soft cost letter will tell you you can utilize your own funding up to a certain point before you bring the project forward. What I'm telling you is bring the design forward, bring the request to design the project forward so you can get project approval to design the project. That way you can start drawing down money from the bond and not your own money as an institution, internal money as an institution. it's a process that you can use. You can do either one. This is just examples for you to take. Any questions on capital projects approvals? Time for lunch. So that pretty much wraps up the morning. I know we went a little bit later. We're at 12:15 now, which planned pretty well because lunch here in Albuquerque is sometimes a little different than it goes back at 12. So what we'll do is we'll shoot for coming back at 1:30. Does that work for everybody? Yeah, the doors will be secured, so you're more than welcome to leave your stuff here.
So you can move our stuff here?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you, everybody. It's difficult to make it an exciting morning, but.
It's just so much information, Gerald.
And the present governor continued the enforcement of that executive order, and it basically asks you to build new buildings that are 50% better than the typical existing building of the same type in your area. And luckily we have a real simple process that EPA put together that helps us with that, and it's basically Target Finder. And I usually just search it on the web, just enter the words, Energy Star Target Finder, and you'll get to that site, and then you click on Target Finder. It's quite simple. Once you get to that page, you enter, like zip code, facility name, city, things like that, and you can get started. Now, in the second page, they'll ask you more of the questions of, the gross square footage, the occupants, number of occupants, PCs, the number of hours that your facility is going to operate. And then also, there's a choice. You can set a target for a building, or you can just tell it 50% energy. And in our case, we want it to be 50% less energy than a typical building. So that's what you establish. You enter the 50%. And then you get an output there, and basically you have your answer. That's what your engineer should be targeting. The design, your final design should be typically should be that efficient. A typical building is about 100,000 BTUs per square foot per year. And if you figure out what BTU is about the energy that a matchstick has, when you strike it and it burns. So you're talking about a typical building that consumes about 100,000 BTUs per year. Now when you do the 50% requirement, you're going to end up with a building that's about half of that, right? About 50,000 BTUs per square foot per year. That should be a fairly good, efficient building. Now, up here, there's also, you'll notice a circle on the target where it talks about the ratio of gas to electricity. That's an important number. It'd be good if you had the number for your existing facility so you could compare the ratio of gas to electricity. It's important because electricity takes like 3 times the amount of energy to produce and then transmit down to your building, and that's because you have a lot of conversion losses from burning coal through the boiler, through the generator, and finally out to the power line, and then you probably have like a 10% loss in the power transmission thing, but most of it is in the conversion. So because it looks at source consumption that you use, but also the energy that you use in the boundary. So that's, if you have multiple buildings, you can just do a weighted average, and that will determine what your target will be. So this is information that you can give to your submit to us, of course, and submit to your engineer, and then he goes on and uses his information to do the design. Also, this is a starting point too also for doing all the lead information and calculations which are required if you're over 15,000 square feet of new facility. There's also another requirement in the background which hasn't been emphasized a lot, but it was Senate Bill 200, and that's basically saying that you should be Energy Star compliant at 75 if you get state monies. Now, in that law, it does exempt historic buildings. In this one, it doesn't. So there's a basic law, and then there's this executive order. So that's about it in terms of the target finder. If you don't have the energy consumption for a building, there's a little block that says, you just check that square, and then it'll do a sample for you that is representative of what the energy consumption would be for the type of building that you're entering. And remember, you can also mix types of buildings. Basically that's it. If you have any questions, if not, you can also call me up or email me if you have a specific question for your building. Because it does come up every once in a while. We have interesting questions that come up about how you determine a certain energy consumption. One of the things that's kind of tricky is how you pull this out and get it printed out. So you should save it as a PDF, and then you can work with it. Another thing you can do is if you have that clip application with the scissors, you can snip it. That's really great. It helps a lot, and then you can print it out so you can submit with your application. So any burning questions right now? Okay, I'll go into the next thing then and introduce the, Erica will begin to do the presentation on the energy performance contracting. But we're having a lot of success right now. We're up to like $70 million worth of projects. The first one, of course, that really got things going was New Mexico State with their $50 million project. But we now have quite a few other projects and some of the other universities. San Juan, I think, is right in the middle of construction. And we have like the city of Farmington, city of Bloomfield, we have McKinley County, and then we have Clovis, Eastern, all looking at these projects. And we're starting to look now at the Clovis Community College. And what I wanted to point out to you here is that you can do a lot of things that are in your 5-year plan when you combine an ESCO project with money that you have. In their case, they're looking at combining the general obligation bond money, which is the $2 million that they receive, with what can be funded with the escrow. So then you can replace items that don't have a short payback, but you can always combine them with another project that does have a good payback. So if you look at the top measure, lighting, it has an 8.4-year payback. But because of the way they're leveraging the money, they can also replace an air handling unit, which may have a 62-year payback. It doesn't cost that much to fix. But when you put it all together, then you can fix that too. And that could be, it saves a little bit of energy, but mostly it's important because it may be something that's in your long-term 5-year plan that can be covered with this kind of a project. And we're seeing this more and more. The city of Las Cruces is using this approach too, where they had some city bonding and money that they put into their projects. So they're really able to stretch out this funding and fix a lot of their buildings. So with that, I guess I'll turn it over to Erica.
Good afternoon. I won't take the microphone. I think my voice travels well. If you guys don't think so, please let me know.
People won't be able to hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't think about that one. Okay, so just going off of what Harold said, funding these energy efficiency projects. The agenda for this presentation is this up above. So what is performance contracting? It's a way to pay for facility upgrades that have to do with energy measures, energy efficiencies, without the need for capital funding, upfront capital funding. The law that allows for this type of funding of projects is the Public Facility Energy Efficiency and Water Conservation Act. And so just a quick history overview of the laws and then how they have changed. As you can see, in 2014, NMSU had the first project to go through in several years. Eastern has had a history of using this as well, but it had been a few years, and NMSU did an amazing $15 million project that later on in the presentation I'll show you some results. And then also in 2015, Governor Martinez, she released her energy plan, and part of that was utilizing energy efficiency in public buildings. So how does this process work? And please, at any time if you have a question, please just raise your hand, interrupt me. Let's make this more of a conversation than a presentation. I'm off, sorry guys, I'm not used to like holding two things at the same time. It's like if I was, gotta pretend I'm at home. So you go out and you select an ESCO. So to do that, we have a price agreement in place that's available to all higher education, state agencies, public schools, local governments, with 7 pre-qualified providers on that price agreement. So you can do that, or you can go out and RFP yourself. There is also the federal GSA, where I know there are a couple of larger national firms that are also available on the federal GSA. So then they come out, they audit your facility. Audit is, no, they don't go through your books and audit your books. No, they'll audit your facility for energy measures. So they'll check the seals on, let's say, your refrigeration system, or your refrigerators in your kitchens, in your cafeteria. They'll check your HVAC system, your lighting, controls, different kinds of things that can help save energy. Then, this is sort of a gray area for us. In 2016, Dodd-Frank was in effect. We're not quite sure now how Dodd-Frank is going to work, or if they're just going to repeal it, or what's going to happen. But according to Dodd-Frank, the energy company cannot provide the financing for you. They cannot go out for RFP for the financing for you. Previous to Dodd-Frank, they could. It was like a one-stop shop. You could go there, and they would go out, and they would look for financing for you and present you with the best interest rate. Well, after Dodd-Frank, they can't do that anymore. You guys actually personally have to go out on RFP for the funding. So what the gentleman from the Santa Fe Community College was asking about this morning, about NMFA, that's the kind of RFP I was talking about for the funding. You would have to go out, if we are still going according to Dodd-Frank, for RFP for the funding. And so that means going out to like your bank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, NMFA, any of them, and presenting your project and getting a proposal from them. So then you would finance that project. The ESCO company would come in and implement the measures. And in the end, they also verify the savings. So what is the facility energy audit? Well, there's 3 levels according to ASHRAE. And what we deal with usually is level 2 or level 3 audit. Those are what we consider investment grade audits. Those are the kind of audits banks are willing to invest in. A level 1 audit is more of a walkthrough kind of. It's not really getting real detailed or data driven. So level 2 is always sufficient for us. Level 3 is going to be a little bit more of a cost because they usually do like data modeling. So let's say if you had a system that had been offline for the last 2 years and you're finally going to fix it or you're going to bring it back up, you're then going to you're using more energy because you're actually, bringing the system that was not utilizing that energy, you're going to be bringing it back online. And so you have to model the savings in a different way. So, but usually level 2s are sufficient. So for me, the significant benefits of this process. Previous to this, I know Domingo from DOT. I worked at the DOT with Domingo, and change orders. I had no idea what change orders were. College, you don't really talk about change orders. You just learn the basics of whatever engineering principle you're learning. So I was in DOT, and I would see bids come in, and we always pick the lowest bidder. And then at the end of the project, when you're paying it out, or throughout the project, you're getting these change orders. Change order, change order, change order. And in the end, if you do the math, that lowest bidder, it outbeat that top bidder by far. And I couldn't understand it. It boggled my logical mind. So no change orders. I was like, no change orders? Oh my God. Guaranteed energy cost savings. So guaranteed, it's actually in the law. So in the law, in our law, it is actually the most stringent law in the United States when it comes to performance contracting. DOE, we work with other states as well as DOE. And we have these meetings with other states, and there's only 2 other states that have sort of a guarantee like New Mexico's, but ours is the most stringent when it comes to the contractor. So we don't just say, okay, they're going to guarantee that you meet savings. So they're going to say you spend $100 a month on utilities. Just easy example. We're going to save you 20%. So now you're only going to be spending $80. And now that $20 is going to go to pay for your loan. But guess what? You get to keep 10% of your savings. You get to bank it. So you only pay back the loan in overall 90%. So you only pay 90% of that loan. So in the end, you get to bank 10% of that loan. So there's savings right up front. But then, so once you have those savings, they're saying if we don't meet those savings on a month, then we actually have to write you guys a check. We have to physically write you a check. So if we said we're going to save you $20 a month, and there's 2 months that we don't meet those savings, now we got to give you a check for $40. Or if it's on a monthly basis, it's right after that month of not meeting those savings. But then not only that, that is in their interest that they get to your facilities as soon as possible and fix whatever it is that's creating this imbalance that they had calculated. So then they're at your facilities making sure everything's running at optimal level because they don't want to have to cut you guys a check in the end. I mean, it's in their interest. So in New Mexico, we don't just say that you can have that in your contract, that we are going to guarantee you guys this, and we're going to put it in the contract and we're both going to sign it. No, 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 no. Actually, in New Mexico, we require them to get a tangible surety. So insurance, a bond, anything that's an actual tangible surety to back up that guarantee. And no other state in the nation requires that. And we get, contractors who have never done a project in the state, and they call us up and they figure this out, their heads explode because they did not figure that out into their bottom line, because that's costful to them. They have to actually go out and get an insurance policy to guarantee your guys' savings. So for me, that's amazing. Guaranteed payback time period. So you have a contract time period. They say you have a 13-year contract. At 13 years, you're done. And everything else is, yours, whether you have a solar system. Let's say if you got a PV system, PV's life is 25 years nowadays. It's heading up to 30. So if your contract, because you mix measures together, is 15 years, well then after that, all of that is just yours. Just complete savings. So I like those benefits. So example, you can continue to pay your utility provider, whether that's PNM or a rural electric or a local municipality who provides it. Whatever it is, you can continue to pay them. And guess what? Their rates are going up. I mean, we already know if you live in PNM area, they have another equipment to up the rates on us. So it's not like you guys' utility rates, your operational budget is going to go down. It's never, it's going to go up. So do that, or you can pay your utility costs. You have an annual performance contract payment plus the ongoing M&B service. So that ongoing M&B service, that's a partner to your guarantee. So the reason why we make sure you guys have that guarantee throughout the full contract of the full term of your contract is those M&B services. So measurement and verification. So they have to actually measure everything on a yearly basis and verify and provide that to you and show you, look, this is how it's running. So they're in constant contact with you. I like to say that this is performance contracting. It's not like it's a marriage. It really is, because you have to have this long-term relationship with this company, and it's going to be based off, your results are going to be based off how willing they are to meet that guarantee. And in New Mexico, they absolutely have to meet that guarantee. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And then, like I said, the 10%, your project savings. So that's just the cream on top, you know, just that little bit that you guys actually get to bank right away. So what's our role in it, ECMD? So our role is by law, the technical analysis. So we get this audit report, which is usually like that thick. And it has all this good information about different buildings, whatever, but then in the back it has appendixes that are just forever. You have with data, and we have to go through that data, and we have to verify that all of those Excel spreadsheets, we can ask for them so we can see what formulas they're using, so that we have to verify and then provide a certification that the audit that was given to us was fair and reasonable, that it was accurate and reasonable, excuse me. And so by doing that, we have to make sure there's an appropriate payback period. So it's not going to be like they're putting you in lighting and only doing lighting, and you have a contract for 10 years. Because if you're doing interior lighting and you're doing a contract for 10 years, they're taking you for a ride. So right away, we have to make sure that those things are appropriate. And in the same terms, if you have a PV system and they're telling you the payback is 10 years, we know that's not correct either. And so we want to make sure that the project is going to not just be beneficial to you guys, but it's going to be right. It's going to be correct in the data. And so we provide that certification. If we do not provide that certification, and this has happened in the last year, that we have a project that we were not okay with. And so when we got their audit, we tried to work with them, and we couldn't get to a point where the audit was acceptable to us, so we did not certify it. And then the contractor, the performance contractor, cannot move forward with that project because we did not provide a certification. And so that's the kind of responsibilities we have, and we take them extremely serious because we don't want bad projects. We know, how hard things are in New Mexico. So because of that, we have gone out to DOE, and we want a competitive grant from DOE to do what's called a third-party reviewer. So with this grant, we were able to partner with 4 local governments, City of Santa Fe, Bernalillo County, City of Las Cruces, and McKinley County. And we were able to go in, and what we're doing is we're providing them a third-party reviewer. But the great thing is that we've extended this through all of our projects. And what we're trying to do is let the performance contractors know that there's a cost to this, and that cost needs to be basically taken by them. And so the underlying cost is what we're seeing is about 0.5% of an overall project to provide this third-party reviewer service. So currently we have 2 contractors under contract. One is named Nextent. They're out of Colorado. The other one is EEI. They're also out of Colorado, but they have a local Albuquerque office. And so they are not performance contractors. So this is the great thing about it. We did not want them mixing up. So they're not performance contractors, but they're professional engineers. And they're professional engineers that do energy audits. and they're professional engineers that have worked in this industry before. But like Nexton, they do this third-party review service for other states as well, not just for New Mexico. And so they come in and they actually help us even review the audit, and they come out and they do site visits to make sure that what is being provided in the audit is the same thing that they saw, and to make sure that that audit isn't missing anything, and to make sure that all the best measures that can be provided are. And so they work together with the entity, with the contractor, and with us. And so then they also provide us with reports regarding how well was this audit, how well did it fit, the entity and what the entity wanted. So different things like that. So it's a really great check to have, because then once you guys go into performance contracting and you start implementing measures, they go out for site visits. So they do what we call a commissioning oversight. And so they go in, let's say when a measure is finished, let's say all the lighting is done, they'll go in and they'll actually go in and do the oversight, the commissioning, and they'll sign off and say, yes, okay, the cut sheets in the project called out for this light. Let's say it's a whatever, product it was, whatever watts it was, and that's exactly what was provided, and they make sure that it wasn't a like product. Sometimes that happens, they'll say we was replaced with a like product. No, it's the exact product that we had the cut sheets for that was approved in the audit. And so then they also go in and they'll do a 6-month measurement and verification right after the project's done. So usually the ESCO will do it at a year completion to see a whole year of results, but we ask them to go in and do their own at 6 months. So we have a sort of idea, number one, of what's going to come to us in the ESCO, from the ESCO M&B report, but we also have something to measure the ESCO's M&B report against. And to make sure they kind of align somewhat, and we're seeing the same things from both companies. So it's a really good extra check. So
how do they get paid, or
so
is it within that contract?
Yeah, exactly. What we are asking is, we've asked the ESCO companies that we work with that they provide the office with that fee, and we've already told them that each project is basically 0.5% of that project. And sometimes, because in a couple of projects we provided a little more assistance, it may go a little bit beyond that, but it's never to go beyond 1%. Never. I don't think it would ever go beyond 1% of it. So projects under consideration right now. Projects in the works. We have San Juan College, Clovis Community College, Eastern New Mexico, UNM, Mimi, Bernalillo County, La City of Las Cruces, Sandoval County, City of Santa Fe, and City of Espanola. I had mentioned McKinley County. McKinley County is already completed, and it's showing amazing savings. It actually won a large energy project of the year for 2016 from the New Mexico Association of Energy Engineers. So it's a really great project. Possible future projects that people are looking at maybe doing. So we have City of Gallup, Doña Ana County, Western New Mexico University, this little charter school, Santa Fe Community College, and perhaps New Mexico Tech. So here are the results of, small results of an MSU project. So as you can see, they are saving basically $1.4 million a year. They received a utility rebate of $1 million right up front, which is, if you are in a PNM, a El Paso Electric area, the rebates are amazing. And it is really, really important to know if your utility provider will provide those rebates to you, and to go after them, because they can be, $1 million. So because of this, the PV system they're standing under, it's a covered parking structure. That was done with some contingency money they never had to use. So it was like an extra small project that they got to do in the end. that they didn't even initially have planned. So these are reasons why to carry out a performance contract. Right now, number one reason is money. I mean, we all know budgets. We hear it. We're sick of it. We wish the right people would make the right choices, all of them, and we could just go on and do our work. But sometimes we have to find creative ways to get our work done. And I see performance contracting as a creative way to get facilities upgraded. I mean, not just energy measures. I know we talk about energy measures. That's not like particularly attractive, right? It's not like, but if you think about it, you can actually upgrade your facilities using this money and make them more environmentally friendly to the people who have to live in them 8 hours a day. It's about not only that, but comfort as well. So, like I say, you can provide, performance contracting can provide a self-funded solution. In other words, you can do one entire project just with that. Or you can bundle. I like to say bundle because we all think of that commercial. You can bundle it with other money. And you have capital money. If you have capital money, like Harold said previously, you make a bigger project. You know, you fix certain things that aren't energy with that capital money, and then you take the energy measures and you fix it with performance contracting. It's a great solution. Any questions?
So is there a threshold, is there an amount that makes sense for performance-based, especially when you're looking at maybe just a facility, a building?
Yeah, one building?
Yeah. Is there a threshold for, you know, because I'm thinking of renovating an older building.
Yeah.
If you're doing, you know, the heating systems, cooling systems, lighting systems, is there some kind of a threshold or guidance that is more effective than not?
We've seen a couple of mini projects on Land Park. It's $500,000, 500,000, and they put 200,000 in the road. And we're surprised that it worked, the financing worked. Generally, I think you're talking like about $1 million or more for it to be worthwhile for everybody. Another thing too, try to stay under the 15-year payback because the interest rates go up for a project dramatically if the long term is longer than 15 years. So most of the projects we're seeing are staying under a 15-year payback.
And really the sweet spot is like about 12, 13 years. I think that's really a good spot to be in because then you're not really taking out your payments to, you know, a point where you can't pay them or when there's so many changes in administration that nobody even remembers the project anymore. I mean, that's also an issue when we have changing administration. So we're looking at projects now. I mean, we have some ESCOs. I'm also the co-chair for the Energy Services Coalition in New Mexico, and we're working on trying to get smaller projects to pencil out and finding ways to do them because there's a lot of public schools, rural public schools that we'd like to try and help and fix, but it's like that $1 million threshold where we see projects kind of don't pencil out sometimes, but like I say, we're always working on that, trying to get that so that we can help the people who really, really need the help. Any other questions? There's my info if you guys want to get a hold of me later on. Any other questions regarding performance contracting, our price agreement, anything like that.
Thank you very much, Erica and Carol. This was good information. We definitely are thankful that they were able to provide this for us because I know that, you know, as we've mentioned multiple times, Erica mentioned it again, is with funding the way it is, it's always important to realize and understand that there are other ways in which you can potentially fund some of your projects. So, again, thank you. Thank you for that. So the next section that we're going to go over is grant agreements, notice of obligations, and reporting. I was very excited when Debbie told me that she would be happy to come by and assist with this portion of the presentation because this particular area tends to be the one that has a lot of the questions. There can be some confusion in regards to what requires a notice of obligation and what doesn't require a notice of obligation. When paper periodic reports are due, if they're monthly or quarterly, when information is required, when EMS updates are due, so on and so forth. So this particular presentation here is actually going to guide you on specifically what it is that we are looking for when it comes to reporting. So, Debbie, welcome.
Is ours online?
Okay. Erica's a lot more talented than I am, so I'm going to leave the mic here, and hopefully you guys can hear me. I think grant agreements, so most of the grant agreements apply just to the community colleges. So most of the funding for capital funding either flows directly to the institutions, to the four-year institutions, or it goes through HED to go to the community colleges. So grant agreements have to be entered into. If it goes to HED, then HED is responsible for. So is our project, ours going to get loaded up here? Okay. I'm sorry about that. So we'll make sure we post it on our website. Lindsay sent it a couple of days ago. So yeah. So I'm sorry about that. So I've got handouts. The good news is I've got handouts. Let me pass those out right now. So this is the one project monitoring, and then this one is back. Oops, I'm sorry. So in essence, the grant agreements, we call them IGAs, Intergovernmental Grant Agreement, and the notice of obligations apply mostly to the community colleges or the two-year institutions, and those come from higher education department. So the grant agreements, we have grant agreements that from state agencies that go to local governments, so the grant agreement is the same document. The reason that the notice of obligation is so important is, and it's going to apply to this encumbrance piece is going to apply to the four-year institutions as well. The notice of obligation establishes the liability to the state of New Mexico or to the institution. So what we saw in 2009 when we went through the first sweep, when we were having financial difficulties and they were taking away the money, there was a lot of confusion because when Capital Outlay Bureau, and thank goodness I wasn't there then, somebody else was there because they had a hard time, and so I'm glad they took the bullet and then they learned from that, and so that's why we have the grant agreement and notice of obligation. So they tried to sweep money, but then we had entities saying, well, but we have contracts in place. So then we had to require them to submit copies of those contracts so that we could verify that. That's what that notice of obligation does. That notice of obligation establishes the encumbrance and establishes the liability, and then we now have a piece of paper that says there is a liability. We can't sweep that money. There's a contract in place. So it's really key for the two-year institutions to make sure that you've got that notice of obligation in place. So grant agreements, I didn't bring a copy of the grant agreement, but if you haven't seen them, they're on our website as well. In the documents that we provided is our website address that you can access all of that information. So the notice of obligation is a condition of the grant agreement. For you four-year institutions, because you don't budget through share, we don't know what your encumbrances are. We will pick up the phone and call you and ask you for documentation to show us what your encumbrances are. UNM is a perfect example. Anytime we go, we've been faced with sweeps for the last two special sessions and again this session, and we still have a freeze on all capital projects that don't have encumbrances or notice of obligations in place. The documentation we require is either a copy of the notice of obligation, or for the four-year institutions, we're going to bug you for a copy of the contract. So it's in your best interest to make sure that the minute that money is available, that you start spending, that you establish obligations. Something I didn't touch on, but I'm going to mention now, is that when you sign the certification, State Board of Finance sends out the questionnaires, you answer those questionnaires, that's four-year institutions. Higher Ed does it for the two-year institutions, or sends them out to you guys, and then you do them. You certify that you are going to expend 5%, or encumber 5% within 6 months, and that you're going to expend 85% in 3 years. We're not finding that that's happening. And so that's, again, the notice of obligation is the documentation that tells us that provides, that lets us know that you are, and the share reports, the CPMS reports, is what tells us for the tier institution. I think, Gerald, do you do that, or do they do that and then you verify?
What's that?
For the reporting for the tier institutions for CPMS.
For the reporting, they actually do it.
Okay, so for the tier institutions, I'm jumping all over the place, but because it's hard because I have two audiences basically here. I have the two-year institutions that follow a different process than the four-year institutions. For the two-year institutions, you're considered a local entity. You're in your grant agreement, you're required to report monthly. And the state agency, Higher Ed, is required to report quarterly. You four-year institutions, you got it good. You only report quarterly. But it is key that you report the status, your expenditures, what's going on with your projects. Not only does DFA look at that information, but LFC reviews that information on a regular basis and provides reports to legislators at the LFC meetings. We use that information this time around. It was a team of DFA and LFC that sat around for about 2 weeks before the special session last year and went through and figured out which projects had activity, which projects didn't, and we looked at, one of the documents that we looked at was share reports and CPMS. So I can't stress to you enough how important this capital projects monitoring system is. So notice of obligations, if you have any questions, Gerald and I have been working really closely. Call Gerald. If he's not available, please call me. Anybody?
I do have one question on the NOOs. I may have not heard it, but in the past I've heard that the copy of the contract and the name of the contractor should be submitted with the NOO prior to award.
Well, you sign it as local entity. You sign it. Say you put out your project for bid. Okay, so now you're ready to award. You can't actually award it. You can't get the contractor to sign that document until the state agency has reviewed it. They review it to ensure compliance with procurement and to ensure that it's consistent with the language that's in the appropriating language. So
we have a meeting with our acquisitions office because they have a concern about giving that information out prior to award. In other words, maybe they're going to ask the agency, we write a letter that they do not disclose this information out there anywhere to the public prior to award, because we're not supposed to notify anybody.
I would, and then I think if you feel that you need that, I don't see any reason why we can't accommodate that. I'll just tell you, in all the years that we've been doing this, I don't think anything has ever been disclosed. It's for their review and their approval only. It doesn't go outside of higher education department or state agency.
So they wouldn't be contacting the contractor?
They would not be contacted. They don't deal with the contractors at all. That relationship is between you and the contractor. Their only relationship is making sure that everything that was done according to statutes and rules.
And that is an important point because any information that you provide to us as an agency is in relation to the grant agreement. Is information that is used for us only in order to assess your projects. We do not contact the contractor. We do not contact the supplier because we're relying on you to provide us the information that we need. And so there's never a point in time when we'll contact anybody other than you because we have the agreement with you. So just to clarify that.
Anything else about the notice of obligation? The no has it's affectionately known.
Question. If we have one single project that we have two general obligation bond fundings for, so we had a 14 and the project's begun and the building's being built and engaged a contractor and that was all approved under that note, and then we have a second amount in the 2016 bond issue that hasn't sold yet, it's not possible for us to go back and unsign and re-sign the original contractor contract. How does that work?
So the notice of obligation was approved based on the funding you had at one time, and now you've got additional funding?
Correct.
Okay, so you just submit another notice of obligation, probably just, I would be surprised that, the question that I have, I guess, is what was the contract amount? Was it more than what was appropriated? And that can happen because sometimes you guys have your own money. I mean, local entities have their own money, so that can happen. But if you're going to piggyback off of that, you have to submit a new note with the new project ID number and with the new source of funds.
Okay, that original contract will be okay though, even though it was signed
That
prior to the first.
there shouldn't be any issues with that. As a matter of fact, it should probably go through a lot quicker because it's already been reviewed and approved once.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go on to the capital projects monitoring system. I touched on it a little bit about how important it is. And so if you go to page 2, there's a screenshot of what what it looks like when you first get into it. Now, you can get in at any time. General public has access to this capital projects monitoring system. So they can get in there and click on any project or any institution. There's ways to search and just look up information. For your purposes, you need a login and password to get into that system. So you reach out, you call our office, and if you don't have it, we get you a password. If you're going to change, or if there's been a change in staff, we require you to submit something in writing requesting that the person is no longer there, you need a new password, or you need new credentials to get into the system. We didn't require it in writing, but we've had some issues with local entities where their lobbyist was getting in and changing things, and their officials weren't necessarily, so it was a big mess. So just to make sure, we make sure that you have to put it in writing.
Do you have multiple people at your institution logging into CPS, or is it just one person?
You can only one person can log in. This system is old, and we've been trying for the last, like you guys, the DFA can't get money to do upgrades to things, and so for the last 4 years we've requested funding. So unfortunately, only one person can be in it at a time. If you share that information, you do so at your own risk. Okay, we're not taking responsibility because as far as we know, we've given it to one person, that person's responsible, and so, but it can be done. Other people can have it. Yes, Dave?
What you're saying that if each institution have one password that they could use, so for example, where I work at UNN, I need to get into the system. I get a password from you, or do I get it from another department within UNN? How does it work?
Well, check with me first because I need to check to make sure that we don't have more than one password for UNM. It could be possible that we have two, but I would doubt it very seriously. Your UNM would have one password and you would share that password, but again, there's risks involved with that.
Even if you have one?
Even if, well, branches should have their own password. Okay, branches should have their own passwords. If they don't, let me know and we'll work on that.
Just the last question. You said there's risk involved in it, right? So let us say I have a department called PPD. I think they have a password for this.
And it could be.
Right. But there's information I need from here. So you're saying if I use their password, something could go wrong and I could get into problems?
It's not getting into problems. We've had instances where they've changed information. So you get in there and you put your information in there, and then somebody else gets in and changes your information, and we end up calling to say, wait, you're saying this, but now you're telling me this. It doesn't make sense. And so that's the issues that we've run into.
So I think also is important to note is that anybody can view CPMS. So if you just need to look at the information that's been entered, then you can just go to the public site and view what's been entered.
But that's my.
But if you do need to modify the information within CPMS,
Right.
then you require a password, and I think that's what Debbie means if there's only one per institution.
All I need is to view and then.
Oh, just to view, yeah.
The information.
You can get in at any time to do that.
Okay.
You don't need a password to do that. And if you look at the screenshot, you can search by year, by agency, which you guys are an agency, city, county, or if you have keywords, you can do searches by keywords. Project ID number always works. So if you have that project ID numbers that's assigned by DFA, that's the best way to find your record immediately. Okay? So the things that I need to, so I mentioned that you, 2-year institutions have to report monthly, 4-year institutions quarterly. They're done by the 15th of March, June, September, December. Can't stress enough, December's report has to be submitted on time because that's when we provide the information to the legislature. LFC is chomping at the bits, wanting to know where the quarterly reports are. They cannot wait because they do reports for the legislature at that time. So please, if you're going to ignore all the others, which I hope you don't, December's is a must, is a have to, okay? So things to consider when you're entering issues that come up, you can't use any kind of special characters. No dollar signs, commas, decimal points, exclamation points. A lot of times when we get phone calls, it's because there's a special character in there someplace, and so do not use a special character. So I think it's highlighted on this, or maybe it's not. I hope it is on your copies. Do you have highlighted areas?
Yeah.
Okay. So the two areas that are highlighted are the CPMS reporting. There's 2 paragraphs in there, and then the data entry tips. So if you focus on anything, that's what we want you to focus on, because that'll make your life easier when you're entering information into CPMS. So I told you how you can log in. You go to, on the next page, on page 3, there's a screenshot of, I mean, we try to make it as easy as possible, how to log in, your username and passwords, and the data that you're going to pull. For 2-year institutions, because they go through higher education, we pull information, and actually for the 4-year too, we pull information from Board of Finance. So there's 2 sources of financial information that we pull. From SHARE, for those of you that budget through SHARE, and in this case it'd be higher ed for the 2-year institutions, 4-year institutions, sorry, you've got to plug those numbers in, and for, and Board of Finance. Board of Finance we get for everybody. So you'll see in there, that's, if the LFC is going to have questions, it's going to be about the differences between what the agency is reporting and what Board of Finance is showing. So Gerald, we trained him, probably more nagged him than anything, more than training. I'll call it training tonight. It's his responsibility for the 2-year institutions that whatever information you put in, that information is correct, that he verifies it, that it matches up with what's in SHARE and what's on State Board of Finance as well. If not, he should be calling you to say what's up, because we want to make sure that information. 4-year institutions, you're on the honor system. We're trusting you that whatever information you guys are putting in there is the correct information and there aren't any issues. Just know that LFC, if we don't ask questions, LFC is going to be asking the questions. So,
I have a question.
Sure.
So for us 2-year schools, we've done it on November 30th, and I don't typically do it again, possibly till December 30th. But your quarterly is December 15th. Do we need to make an exception and do it by December 15th?
You know, according to the grant agreement, you're required to do it by the 30th. There's nothing that says you can't do it again right before the 15th. So it's really up to you. It's in your best interest too. And we've had some discussions about this with LSC about changing that date. The problem is we need to give, if for state agencies, because this isn't just for higher education institutions, this is for state agencies. We have local government division that has probably over 800 active projects. We need to give them time to review all the submissions. And if we're saying you have to have it in by the 14th so that you can do your thing by the 15th, that's not realistic. They've got to review all that information and make sure that the data is correct, that whatever the local entity is reporting is consistent with what their records,
And the point that I want to make to your question, Amanda, is that we at higher ed do the quarterly reporting. So what's due by the 15th of the month, we update the system for your institution project.
So you're using our November 30th.
So we're using your information from your monthly reporting to compile the quarterly reporting that goes to DFA and then in turn to LFC, you know. So what we'll do is, based on the grant agreement, you are required to submit monthly. So you continue to submit monthly. We're required to submit quarterly. So we'll do our quarterly pool from your information. So you don't have to worry about doing a quarterly report on top of your monthly, because we take care of that role.
Now, if you want to get in there right before the 15th and make sure that that information looks correct, nothing, that doesn't hurt. It actually it'll help.
By all means, you know, you can go in there and verify to make sure that what we put is correct. Because the information that we're taking is from your previous month's last day report, along with any draws that may have taken place within that 15 days. Okay? So I mean, we're trying to capture it all, but definitely it's not bad to do a second set of eyes.
So on page 3, towards the bottom right, in this area right here, that information is all pre-populated by DFA. We provide that information to the system administrator, and he puts it in there. That's where you're going to see the project ID number, the date that the project, or the appropriating year. It will also give you the amount that was appropriated. If it's bonds, it provides you with information on when the bonds were sold and the bond series number. It has the reversion date, and it gives you the statutory citation. Gerald touched on that a little bit, that in this case it is 228, I don't have my glasses on, -3. So that's I can't read it, guys, sorry. So anyway, that's the section and that's the chapter of the legislation that you can refer to if you need to. If you need to provide it to Gerald when he was talking about the notice of obligation, and then there was another document that you said.
Whenever you're submitting your project approvals to the Capital Projects Committee. Yes.
So the project ID and everything's on this CPMS system if you can't find it. The second section well, the blue section is the information that we pull from State Board of Finance and from SHARE. So you can't put information into that section either. The orange section is the section that Gerald, the state agencies, the four-year institution puts information in. That's where you provide the amount that you've expended, any encumbrances that you have, and the progress of your project. So that four-year institutions, that's the area you're going to be completing. Two-year institutions, you're going to be completing the area at the very bottom. Okay? The other thing that's really key for both four-year and two-year institutions is the goals and milestones. Up to about 3 years ago, local state agencies were providing reports in CPMS, and then they were also required to provide reports to LFC. LFC was getting the information from CPMS and comparing it with what was submitted by the state agencies, and it was almost like they were doing I gotcha, because if there were any discrepancies, they were, you know, they were just like saying, well, your CPMS says this, but your report to us says this. So, and it was a duplication of services. Actually, you know, we were bugging state agencies to provide the same information twice. So we met with LFC, or actually the Cabinet Secretary for DFA at that time, Clifford, said, we're not going to do this anymore. We're not going to be taxing state agencies or institutions to provide this information twice. We will make sure that whatever information you're seeking is included in CPMS, and you can download the information that you need from CPMS. So the two areas that they asked us to add what has to do with the goals and milestones. So we added those two fields in there. So focus on those, please. Let us know what your goals are for the next quarter and what milestones you met this quarter. That it goes a long way for LFC. As long as they can see that there's progress, they're good with that. So now we only have CPMS that we use. Please use it. I don't want to go back to you guys having to provide two different reports.
When does your quarter start?
March 15th is the, well, it's the 15th on the quarter. The dates are the 15th. March. Yeah.
Every 3 months on the 15th.
Yeah, every 3 months on the 15th. So we just got through with the quarterly report.
So Gerald, what do we do as a community college? Do we update the goals each month?
So as a community college, this local data area here, which is as Debbie was explaining before, this is what you'll update each month.
Okay.
So each month, you definitely want to, I know it says goal milestone achieved last quarter and then goal milestone for next quarter. You know, so if the goals haven't changed, your goals can remain the same, but definitely look at your project status and put where your project, where your project is in the status. And then the other thing that I want to bring to mind is, I'll get to you in a minute, is on this submission date, last submission date and then last update. What's important about this is your last submission date should be the last day of the month or whichever day it is that you're submitting your update. Your update, I mean not your update, but your submit, your actual submission. Your update can happen at any time because you may need to, let's say you made a payment and you don't want to wait till the end of the month to update the payment. Go in there, update the amount expended, and then do the update. I'm not going to worry too much about that change until the reporting is due, but it saves you from having to worry about catching a lot of the changes that you can catch throughout the month. So the difference between the submission date and the update is on the submission date, again, if it's due on the last day of the month, your submission date should be last day of the month or in that area. Your update can be at any time. Does that make sense? So I'm, like I say, when I'm looking at this, I want to make sure that your last submission date, in fact, is each month. Yeah, each month is your submission.
At a minimum, you've got to have it in there. But if you choose to update it more times, 10 times, that's truly up to you. And in a perfect world, that would make most sense. I mean, because I'm sure you're keeping documents or have information that you're keeping at your institution that may be a little bit different from CPMS. And so, if you're paying bills, if you're updating that, you might as well update CPMS. I mean, that would make most sense because then you're not. I have agencies that wait till the last minute and they have 35 files on their desk because they're going through every single file. Well, if you do it as you go, you have less to do at the end of the month.
So as you do it as you go, use the update. When you're submitting it, use the submission. Domingo, you have a question?
Just a question out of curiosity, Gerald. Why do community colleges update monthly and quarterly?
They're considered a local entity because the money doesn't go directly to them. The money flows through a higher education department for them. Where four-year institutions, the money goes directly to you. It's the way the language, it's the way it's appropriated in the capital bill. Okay, and then I think they do it because your four-year institutions or the large institutions are constitutional schools where the two-year community colleges and stuff aren't necessarily, they're considered agencies as far as we're concerned, and so we handle them a little bit differently.
So the easiest distinction is if you have a grant agreement with us, you're monthly. If you don't have it, you have to do it with us, record it. In essence, that's kind of an easy way. Constitutional to get grant agreements for library bond appropriations though.
Right.
That's a tricky one. And we can talk more about it because the appropriation is entered into CPMS as the total, 3.5 million. It's not entered by your specific allotment of the appropriation. So when it comes to library bond appropriations, we as an agency will do the update. None of the institutions are required to do updates when it comes to library bond.
And it's the way the money is appropriated.
Because the money is appropriated.
To hire.
3.5 million, 3 million, whatever it may be, directly to us.
So one thing that I'm going to jump back a little bit on Gerald's presentation. There was a link that was missing. I think he showed you language that said that colleges have to submit a 5-year plan. Well, there's a statute that says all state agencies and universities and community colleges are considered a state agency from DFA's perspective. And so that 5-year plan that you submit is submitted to them. But once the committee reviews the projects, he mentioned that LFC sits on there, DFA sits on the committee, Energy and Minerals sits on the committee, and then Higher Education. So once those recommendations are put together, they actually go to the executive for review and approval as well. And they're considered part of her executive recommendation. So it's not, so they flow actually from the committee to the executive and then to the legislature for approval. LFC sits on that committee, so they have a good understanding. And this is a distinction, okay? Because we've had cases where, not big instances, but we've had some instances where we recommend, the executive recommends one amount and LFC recommends a different amount. And so that's where some of that collaboration or that communication or that, where they start trying to come to consensus, I guess, on what the recommendations are actually going to be for higher education. So the recommendations aren't always the same from LFC as they are from the executive. So it's key to know that your ICIP, your Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan, goes to the committee and then flows to the executive for review and approval as well. So I took you someplace that I didn't need to take you at this point, but.
I have one more question. So, for example, when we're reporting, this is our first time doing RFPs, but we also submitted an MOO, which to obtain the rest of the funding from that agreement, but we also had a second funding source for more equipment. So do we still report that additional funding source?
Was it appropriated in the same appropriation? Was it, is it the same project or is it?
It's the same project,
Yeah.
same contract.
Right.
It's additional equipment, so part of it's New Mexico State, part of it's our funding.
New Mexico State?
I mean, well,
State of New
State of New
Right.
Mexico.
Oh, okay. So those are probably two different, you're going to report on two different projects because they have two different project ID numbers, chances are. And if they're flowing from higher ed, he's going to report on that.
So from what you're telling me is, let's just say you have $500,000 appropriation.
Right,
Your project is $600,000.
right,
So you're using $500,000 of the appropriation and you got that obligated.
right.
Well, now you're asking what to do with that additional $100,000 that you're.
Yeah, do we report
Do
it?
you report it here?
Right.
Okay. This right here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, this right here is to track the appropriation that is given to you by the state, not your private funding. The paper periodic report, on the other hand, has an area that talks specific to your appropriated funding from the state and other funding sources. That's where you would put your other funding sources.
And the notice of obligation has a place for other funding as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can do, we can always approve a notice of obligation. You can show us that you have more money. We can only approve it for the amount that's authorized in the legislation.
Exactly. We can't approve or disapprove your own money
Right.
at this stage of the game, right?
I just didn't know if you wanted to see that we are using other funding sources for the same project.
Not in CPMS.
Okay.
There's no. Go ahead.
Gerald, if it's our own money though, don't we still need the community approval?
Oh, yeah, no, most definitely.
Okay.
I mean, even a project that doesn't have, even if you have a project that is not funded at all by general obligation or severance tax bond monies, even if it's funded by your own internal funding, it still requires approval by higher ed if it meets the thresholds that we talked about earlier today. You know, I mean, any project, and that's why that bottom bullet was pretty much any project needs to come forward. Because regardless of the funding source, you have to look at the threshold of your project dollar, your dollar threshold. So yes, good point.
CPMS is strictly for anything that's been appropriated by the legislature.
Now, I do know that there was some, sorry. I know there was some questions that came up about project timeline. How do we fill out the project timeline? What's the project timeline all about? Okay. And so, I don't know, Debbie, if you want to elaborate on that. I can talk to some of these, which pretty much are self-explanatory. You know, the date that the grant agreement was issued, the point that we, as an agency, the point that our secretary signs off on that grant agreement is the point that that grant agreement becomes an executed agreement. We then send it to you. At that point, you put on the grant agreement issued, you can put here, the date. Also, within our portion that we fill out, if you're a constitutional or us as a state agency, we also have the ability to put up there when the grant agreement was executed. Water rights, easement and right-of-way acquisition, archaeological studies, planning and design, construction, and then you're talking about funding sources, contract amount. If you have, this is where I'm not completely familiar with this area, so you can talk to me.
So remember, this system is for all local entity projects as well. So we have water, wastewater projects, we have community facilities, roads, bridges, you name it. So basically, and I think a lot of this information, when you submit your project to the committee for review and approval, you have timelines. You provide timelines on when you're going to do things. You may not break it out in as much detail, but you may have that information. So we just ask you to complete that. When are you going to do plan and design? Not all of those things apply, okay? So not everybody's going to do water rights acquisitions. Not everybody has issues with easements. It's just those areas that apply. If you're going to plan and design, or if you have archaeological studies, any of those, put the timelines that you're going to get those done. I think you can get that information. I think you've already provided it in the submission to the committee. It's basically that same information, just.
So is the completion date when you pay the bill or when you receive the documentation?
What documentation?
Like design. Get a set of plans, they hand them to me, then there's still a process where they're going to bill and do all.
It's the date that you will have those documents in hand. Because remember, state system is set up so that as long as the deliverables are processed before the reversion date, we can pay those bills a little bit later than that as long as it's been delivered, okay? As long as you have the plan and design before that reversion date. So it's always the date that you actually have completion of construction or completion of the plan and design documents. Okay? Anything else?
I have a question concerning the CPMS. The language of the bill itself, do you see that? I'm not too familiar with it, that's why I'm asking. Do you see that on the CPMS itself, like the things that when you're submitting a draw, the things that you are required to, the project is required to buy or to purchase your expenses. Like, for example, building and design and all those things. Do you see that language on here? Where do you get that information?
That's in the statutory language, and so you can find the citation in that first section that I told you right there.
Yes.
That'll tell you, you have to go to the actual law to see what you're allowed, what the purpose of the appropriation is for. Now, the other thing that I'd like to mention is, remember, all of these are bonds. We don't have any general fund money for capital anymore, so it's all bond money. It's either general obligation bonds or severance tax bond money. State Board of Finance has rules on what you can spend the money on because of IRS requirements. And so if you look at 2.61.6.8, there's all the definitions are in there for what construct means, what improve means, what equipment entails, and just general language about if it says and instead of or, and those kinds of things. So once you look at the appropriating language, if there's questions about, well, can I buy, and believe it or not, this happens. We've seen invoices come in for hammers. You can't buy a hammer with bonds. I'm sorry. Now, that should have been a cost that was considered by the contractor when he submitted his RFP to you. He should be purchasing all of that equipment, you know, whatever it takes for him to do his job. So if there's questions about the project and specific items that they're billing for, refer back to State Board of Finance. If that's still not clear, contact me, because then I will work with bond counsel to see if or not, if you can pay for certain kinds of activities.
And we've actually had, I've worked with a couple of institutions here in the room actually, where we've had questions about whether or not something is allowable to purchase with bond. And just as Debbie would, I work with State Board of Finance and their bond counsel to get an understanding specifically of whether or not it's allowed. Because one thing is that we want to make sure that we give every opportunity for you to be able to expend the money, and we want to make sure that bond counsel makes the ultimate decision on whether or not on what the intent was for that particular appropriation. The other thing to keep in mind is we're also going to look back at what the original project approval was for the summer hearings. So I want to tie all this back together, because what you submitted at summer hearings really needs to be in line with what you're submitting for project approval, and then in line with what you're submitting for draws. It has to flow. So that's important as well, because your language in your appropriation may say to plan, design, construct, and equip, Forester Hall. And you may come back later on and say, okay, well, no, that's not that example. To provide infrastructure improvements campus-wide. But the project that you submitted at summer hearing, you gave specific projects that you were going to address. And then when you brought the project for approval, you had those same projects for summer hearing, from summer hearing to the capital projects monthly approval. Then, as you start submitting for notice of obligations, your projects are completely different projects than what you originally had approved. We then have a problem, because even though your bond language says, infrastructure improvements campus-wide, we still have to base it on what you originally came forward with for approval in both cases. Summer hearing, and because the intent of the approval was the project that you originally submitted. That's how you define the intent. That's how we define the intent.
So I have a question. You go through the process, you turn in your 5-year plan, summer hearings, you go through, all of a sudden you start construction and you find the sewer line is crushed. So now you're going to readjust the funding within the project to fix that sewer line. When we submit for reimbursement, all of a sudden we have a line item for sewer line repairment that was never part of the original language. How do we handle that?
So that's why when DFA and LFC are developing language, we try to make it as broad as we can. There's times that we don't capture everything. And so if infrastructure is included in there, you can take care of those kinds of things. Unfortunately, if we don't have infrastructure included in there because of bond requirements, we won't be able to allow that to be processed. So the good news is that we try to give the institutions as much flexibility and leeway as we can by making the language as broad as we can, but realize that if we're going to make some, we can't cover everything. We try, but we can't cover everything. And just to touch a little bit on what Gerald is saying, we have instances where we've seen projects, the committee has seen projects come to them, the same project over the last several years. So we try to make the language broad enough, but then they come back and that language is still in there for a particular building. And we're saying, well, why hasn't this building been done? We've appropriated money for it for the last 4 years. If we see that that's an issue, you force us to have to identify those buildings, and which takes away all the flexibility, and so we encourage you to make sure that you whatever you submit to the committee for review and approval is what you're going to take care of. And if there's extenuating circumstances, we get that. As long as the language is broad enough, we've had cases. NMSU is a perfect example where, they were doing work, they got money for infrastructure, they had tunnels that needed to be addressed, and so it was broad enough, thank goodness language is broad enough and it wasn't in their summer hearing request, but it was critical that they get those tunnels repaired because then they weren't going to be able to feed the buildings, and so we allowed that to go through. But if you continuously not address the issues that you've submitted, then that ties our hands and we have to submit the building particulars. So we're trying to be as flexible as we can, but just know that we can't do it all the time. There's the language restricts us to some extent. Yes?
We have several projects that we've had with the state, and each one of them has had the arts and public spaces dollars earmarked. Can you explain a little bit how we can access some of those funds for our projects?
So the Arts and Public Places there's an Arts and Public Places Act. That is managed by the Department of Cultural Affairs. 1% of every construction project, in states, construction project over $100,000 is automatically assessed at that 1%. So there's a review that's done by DFA, Board of Finance, Bond Council, and Department of Cultural Affairs. We identify them based on that $100,000. We communicate back and forth about that. And there are some cases where they drop off. Some projects may drop off because of the way the language is written. But as far as the funds are concerned, you actually have to apply with Department of Cultural Affairs. That program is administered by Department of Cultural Affairs.
Do they ever expire?
I'm sorry?
Does it ever expire? Or?
The Art and Public Places, the money does not expire. Unfortunately, though, this year, the money was swept because their budget is in such bad shape. All the balances that they had in Arts and Public Places is now going for, basically for arts projects in their facilities, their exhibits, because they manage all the museums throughout the state. So that money is going to go to take care of those issues.
Debbie, and does Art and Public Places apply to both GEO and severance tax funds?
Yes, all funded. Even general fund. I mean, if we had general fund money, it would apply to general fund as well.
So you're saying if we had a balance in that account and we didn't use it yet, we just lost it all?
The Art and Public Places, yeah, it's gone because it wasn't your money. It actually gets transferred. Board of Finance doesn't give you that money. Doesn't.
I understand that.
It stays with them.
I was just clarifying.
Yeah. So sorry. Oh, to me, I said yippee because I mean. Yeah, because they've had some large balances and we just needed to get that money. So we're starting new. So if we get a new capital bill, we'll have new projects.
The agency sent out a notice to all the institutions regarding the art balance.
It's in legislation. If we couldn't do that because we were waiting for all the legislation to be acted on. It was just signed on Friday.
So how can we check our balances so we know the balance is gone?
I'm sorry?
Where can we check to find out when the balances are gone?
You can check with the State Board of Finance. They keep track of what the balances are for Art and Public Places, or you can check with the Department of Cultural Affairs. So again, the money isn't your balances. If you have a project, you should have been working with Department of Cultural Affairs for that project. You shouldn't have been contracting for those services. Department of Cultural Affairs actually has to contract for the work. If you have a contract in place, chances are the balances aren't swept. But if you didn't have a contract in place, then the money's gone.
Then, one question. You always understand it, right? Like, I have a project for $300,000. They took out $30,000 from me. $30,000 is AIPP. So what I do now to submit my job, all I've submitted my job for is $270,000. I'm not doing nothing with that $30,000, and I tell you that. So once I get to $270,000, my project funding expires. That's how that works, right?
Yes.
So what you are saying now, I could go back and get that $30,000 and do something?
No.
Okay.
No, you don't do anything with that. You know, basically that money's taken off the top of the project and it's held in the bonds. The State Board of Finance holds that, and then DCA has to request a draw request as they work on the projects.
Right.
So they maintain the balances. It's not at your level at all.
Right, because the director and the controller of our office warn us, do not go into that, do not submit job that include that 1%.
That's correct.
Because that's a problem, you know?
Yeah, it'll get bounced. The Board of Finance won't pay it. I mean, they won't give you the full amount.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Gerald?
There is more information on the slides in here. I'm not going to go through it because of time, but everybody will get these slides so they'll be able to go through the presentation and more detail on grant agreements, NOs, and reporting. I'm glad, like I said, thank you, Debbie. I'm glad she was able to come by and give a good overview. That way, when you guys are upset with me, at least we know, the reason why some of this stuff happens, right? It's Debbie's fault, not mine. No, but in all seriousness, there is a lot involved when it comes to grant agreements, reporting, notice of obligations, what we're looking at. And so like I say, this was a, I'm sure an eye-opener for a lot of you. It was an eye-opener for me when I first got involved in this, of how much it takes to get this done. And so, again, I appreciate it, so thank you, Debbie. So, like I say, there is more information on here about the grant agreements. I talk about the executive order, why we issue grant agreements, the process we follow for grant agreements. Financial 9.2 for grant agreements. We actually look at your annual audits for the concluded fiscal year before we can issue a grant agreement. We have signature authorization forms that we'll send out to the institution prior to the grant agreement being issued. And then we have the notification and certification, which are sent to the institution for signature as well, which Debbie touched on. And then, of course, once the bonds are sold, the grant agreements are issued. At the time that the grant agreements are returned to us, our secretary signs off on them. You get an executed grant agreement. The following month after the executed grant agreement is when you have to start reporting. That's an important thing to note. So, like I say, but that's in here. I'm not going to go into detail. Here's the grant agreement language, Article 2 on the department's obligation to make a grant disbursement. Talks a little bit about what notice of obligation is. I want to make one point on notice of obligation is keep in mind that we as an agency don't encumber the money until you guys submit us a notice of obligation, we review it, and then approve it. Once we send it back, that approved NOO, at that point we encumber the money as an agency. The reason why that's important is because should a freeze ever occur, and DFA asks us which projects don't have an NOO or an encumbrance, if you haven't submitted an NOO and we haven't encumbered the money, it's not done. Keep that in mind, that it's just not a done deal at that point. So that's an important point that I just want to make real quick. And then, of course, Article 8 talks about reports, and then request for payment procedures, required non-appropriations clause. I want to touch on that really quickly. When you submit a contract to higher ed to review for a notice of obligation, please make sure that that contract has a non-appropriation clause. Because should your funding get swept, you want to make sure that you have some language within your contract that shows that should the money that you have appropriated by the state no longer be available, that contract needs to become non-helpful. So, reporting, like I say, we talked about that quickly. Give your periodic reports on a monthly basis by the 30th of each month, last day of each month. Quarterly reporting, I'll do if you're a community college. Of course, we talked about constitutions doing your own. So, all of the resources that Debbie was talking about, Capital Outlay Bureau website. There's the address, there's the website address. Executive Order 2013-006, 5.9.2 grant management funding criteria oversight. And then, of course, the training materials that are available on this website, CPMS presentation for state and locals, CPMS instructions for the local entity, and CPMS instructions for the state agency, which I think Danny passed out. These are good resources for you to have. So I think we kind of went through, got questions. If anybody has any questions, can answer them now. Yes, please.
So for the notice of obligation, like if we got $2 million for a project, we have like 10 or 15 vendors. You might have contractors, architects, engineers. When we have like smaller vendors, their PO is very small. We need to do a notice of obligation for every one of them, or just for the large ones?
So what's important is, and if you read the language, like I say, we don't really have the time to go through it specifically, but if you read the language, what it says is that in essence, every dollar that you're going to spend, that you expect us to reimburse you for, needs to have a notice of obligation. So, in essence, what that means is, unless you have a contractor that is your prime and then everybody else is just subbing under that prime, you will need a notice of obligation for each entity, for each vendor or each supplier.
So,
Debbie, you can clarify that if you'd like.
And so he's right, but I guess what's key on this is that notice of obligation sets up the encumbrance. Okay, so if you have somebody that you're doing just a little bit of work with, that sets up the encumbrance. If you don't establish that encumbrance and we don't see it, you can't pay it. So that's what's key here. And we haven't gotten to the point where we've looked at projects that have expenditures, some expenditures, and no encumbrances to sweep the balances, because we want to make sure projects are completed. But heaven forbid that we should have to look at balances. So you want to make sure any kind of contract, any kind of agreement you have with an outside vendor, that you have an approved notice of obligation from higher education department.
It's the purchase order from higher ed to you to reimburse you.
So another question, like when we first started doing the notice of obligation, we have like the estimate the contract number there. So in the end, we might do not submit exactly the amount of the notice of obligation. So doing like one vendor will probably pay less, another vendor will probably have $10 and you pay them more. So at that point, do we need to revise our notice of obligation?
So that's a great question, and that is true. When you have a notice of obligation, keep in mind that the dollar amount on the notice of obligation has to be verified against whatever you're submitting as your backup. Whether it be the contract, whether it be, whatever it may be as your support for that amount on the notice of obligation. If you find that you complete the work for that particular contractor and it's less than what you have obligated, you need to submit a notice of obligation reducing that if you expect us to be able to issue a notice of obligation for additional services. Because keep in mind that we're tying up the money in what you have originally requested. Which brings to point change orders. I think Erica brought change orders up earlier, right? We never have change orders on projects. We should never have to worry about this. However, change orders are also an important item to keep in mind, because should you have change order work we need to have notice of obligation for that change order work if you expect it to be covered underneath that appropriation. If you have maxed out your appropriation, don't bother sending a change order because you don't have any more money for us to obligate, for us to, to put towards that expense. But keep in mind that you do want to make sure that your notice of obligations are adjusted according to what it is that your final numbers are, and if you have change orders in the line, encumber additional funds. So, it says time for a break. We have one more section, which is draw requests. It's already 3 o'clock, after 3 o'clock. That's why I didn't put times on the agenda. So, if you guys want to take a quick 5-minute break to stretch, and then we'll come back, we'll finish up draw requests, and then we'll end it today. Thank you, guys.
What do you think is better we just move through it?
What's that?
What do you think is better we just move through it?
I think a few people wanted to take a break, yes.
But it's done here. I'm not going to do it. Okay, I I don't think we'll tell her this is. Very helpful because that person on so this has been very helpful for me to know exactly what but I did just
It's a lot of stuff. Okay, everybody, if we want to try and get you out of here before overtime. So this section that we're going to go over is the draw request process, and for the most part, the majority of institutions that submit draw requests to higher ed do a great job. I mean, I think that there's only been very, very small items that I've had to have discussions with institutions on, and it's really just been for clarification purposes more than anything else. Like I say, I mean, you guys take on the majority, you guys do take on the majority of the work when it comes to everything that we discussed today. The preparation of the documents, the preparation of the packages, submitting of all of it, doing the legwork, the background work, all of that, all of you do. And so I do want to make sure to say that I applaud you all for that, because it definitely does make our job easier at higher ed, because for all 32 institutions in the state, and for the manpower that you have, there's one of me. So that's, like I say, so I truly do appreciate everything that you guys do when you're preparing this information. So when it comes to draw requests, the most important part, right, which is the show me the money, right? Because after we do everything that we do, ultimately the reason for it is so you guys can get your projects built with state appropriation, state money. What is needed to process a draw request for projects appropriated through HED? A draw request cover sheet, the certification, summary of expenses, invoice for all items, proof payment was made, either copy of a check, P-card, receipt, etc., and approved NOO for vendor and items being requested on file. Again, as I mentioned before, we do look back on some of the things that we needed to have in place prior whenever we're doing each of these next steps. So when it comes to draw requests, again, we're looking for that approved notice of obligation for that vendor, because if we don't have an approved notice of obligation on file, that means we haven't encumbered the money for that expense, which means we can't pay for that expense. I know that when I first started with higher ed, which is about 3 years ago, we as an agency were starting the grant agreement process. We were starting the notice of obligation process, the fingerprinting and reporting process. We didn't have any of that in place as an agency. That was our bad, because as an agency we needed to have that in place, but we didn't. So we slowly worked with all of the institutions in order to get up to speed on what the requirements were for submittal. So now that I'm back in capital projects, I just want to make sure that we continue what we've been doing, which is ensuring that we have our processes in place. So when we come to the draw request cover sheet, what are we looking for? Most of the information comes from CPMS. CPMS, as we talked about earlier, the Capital Projects Monitoring System. The type of bonds, series, or general fund appropriation, the project title, HED Academic Library Resource Acquisitions, DFA project number, 141291, 150960, whatever it may be, the chapters and laws of 2014, chapter 65 section, the reversion date, very important, original amount of appropriation for the project, the AIPP amount, and the total amount available after AIPP. The rest of the items are pretty self-explanatory on this sheet. The date, from your institution, the draw request number. Pretty self-explanatory, however, there are times when I receive a draw request number that is not really the next draw request number. These are minor things that we'll change at higher ed. We can change some of these items for you. We will not change dollar amounts, because ultimately that requires a recertification on your part. But we can change some of these things on our end. Expenditure date range. What's important about the expenditure date range is it must be the date of the services provided from the first invoice to the last invoice in your draw. That's the expenditure date range. Why do we ask for the expenditure date range? When you're getting closer to the end of the fiscal year, we want to make sure that you're not crossing fiscal years when you submit draws. That's the main reason for it. I've had draw requests submitted now that had services provided in June the 5th of 2016. Well, unfortunately, you crossed fiscal years. So the services that were provided prior to June 30th have to be a separate draw that require us to do a whole other gamut of documentation for prior year approval, so and so forth. So again, when you're filling this form out and you're doing the expenditure date range, make sure that it is for the date of services provided on your first invoice and on your last invoice. Not in your packet, in the date ranges. Less amount of this draw request, less pending draw requests, less approved draw requests, total amount of draws, available balance, and then the wire transfer information. So, in essence, this is what that form looks like. Type of bonds, project title, DFA project number. All of this information needs to be populated. This information here needs to come from CPMS. And then the budget summary, original amount of the appropriation, your AIPP, and then your total amount after AIPP here. And then of course, this amount, then you start subtracting the rest of this to come up with your available balance. Your wire transfer information down here at the bottom. The next item is your certification. Expenditures made are specified in the appropriation, not a request for already reimbursed items. Expenditures have been incurred and paid. Amount reimbursed has been paid for project purposes, and there is sufficient balance available to cover this request. In essence, I just did bullet points for what the certification actually is. Authorized signatory must have signature authorization on file at HED, and it must be an original notarized document. This is the form here. There have been a couple of institutions that may have been amazed because I said the person who signed off on this is not on file in our office. If you have a change in your CFO, your controller, or any individual who is signing off on these, you need to send us or request from me a signature authorization form so I can send it to you that has that individual, that they can be added to that form and sent back to you. Because we verify whoever that appropriate person is at your institution before we process the payments. So that's the certification. Summary of expenses. So the rest of the documents that are submitted in this packet are actually not form documents that we provide to you. Only the first two forms are. The rest of the documentation is what you need to submit to us as your support. Your summary of expenses, it can be either an Excel spreadsheet, a ledger detail. It just must correlate the information between the spreadsheet and the invoices, and you run a verification tape and attach to the spreadsheet if necessary. Institutions do this in many different ways. But we really do need a summary sheet for all of your expenditures to show the total that you actually are requesting. That's really, in essence, what it is that we're looking for. Invoices, receipts for all items and proof of payment. P-card purchases. That does not mean the P-card receipt. The P-card receipt's pretty cool if you send it, but I need to know what you purchased. So we need the listing of items that were purchased with the P-card. You can send the bank statement, but I still need the listing of items. If you have a $750 purchase, and it was 14 books, I need the 14 books, or whatever it may be for P-card purchases. And the reason for that is because when it comes to library appropriations, there also is a library approved listing that we look at and follow to ensure that whatever's been purchased is allowable to be purchased. So we do need to see the invoices, or not the invoices, but a listing of what has been purchased.
So would you do an NOO to Amazon and to paper?
So that's a great question. Library appropriations are a different animal than any other appropriation. We don't require notice of obligations for library appropriations. We don't require that you do CPMS updates for library appropriations. The only thing, we will do the updates to CPMS for the library appropriation. Because we know the percentage that has been expended of the bond total from each of the draws that each institution has made. So you don't have to worry about notice of obligations when it comes to library appropriations. Amazon order details. The reason why I put Amazon order details is because, again, back to library. When it comes to library purchases, I need to see the order summary, the order detail. I need to see what it was that was purchased. 3 DVDs, a book, whatever it may be. Because we don't allow supplies, and there have been times where I've asked for backup documentation, and it's actually a supply. 16 binders. So I mean, we need to see specifically what those are. The details must be clear. They're verified against the language of the appropriation. Date, goods, and services ordered and performed. That's important because, again, that falls in line with the work performed dates on the first sheet. Copy of the warrant P-card receipt attached to invoice. Can an institution request to draw down funds before first expending the money? This was a question that was asked at the time that I asked for people to give me questions for the presentation. The answer is yes. However, it's more of an exception, not the norm. And if you look at this particular article of the grant agreement, it explains the process for that. And that process specifically states that if you request funding, if you request reimbursement of an item prior to having expended the money on it, then you're required to submit the information documenting the expense, documenting payment of it, within 30 days after the payment is made. Something to that effect. Like I say, that's what that particular article says. Again, it is an exception, and you can send it, and we can evaluate it, but I wanted to answer that question because it was brought up. Can it be done? Eligible expenditures must fall within the intent of the appropriation. 2.61.6.8 NMHED, interpretation of authorizing language. This is the benchmark HED uses to verify allowability of expenditures against bond funding. Standard appropriation language. Appropriation language uses certain verbs routinely to anticipate how appropriations will be applied. Common terms: acquire, build, plan, design, construct, renovate, equip. This is reference to the NMHED that Debbie was talking about earlier in her presentation, which is the State Board of Finance's bond disbursement rule. This is where we look when we're trying to determine whether or not an expense is allowable. If it falls under what the definition would be of build, furnish, equip, so on and so forth. So that's how we look at these draw requests. Special attention to other areas of appropriation language, health and safety infrastructure improvements versus just standard infrastructure improvements. If you have if you have a health and safety infrastructure improvement project and you're submitting just an infrastructure improvement that has nothing to do with health and safety, it may fall in, but it may not. So you just have to be cautious in regards to what the intent was of that particular appropriation. And again, I try not to make those determinations because it's bond counsel who are most appropriate for making these types of determinations. And then, of course, expenditure versus a capital expenditure. Debbie talked about hammer earlier. A hammer is an expenditure, but general obligation bond service tax bond funding is for capital expenditures. Definition of a capital expenditure is an expenditure that has a useful life of over 3 years, over 5 years. So it's important, to make sure to look at those distinctions and look at the language of the NMHED because it gives specific detail on what a capital expenditure is in this 2.61.6.8 as well. Remember, review the appropriation language. That's the most important thing I can say, and the reason why I say that is because that's what I do. When you submit a request, I look at the appropriation language to make sure that it meets. The majority of the projects that we have are really easy to determine. If you have an infrastructure project and you're submitting, your contractor's invoice for work performed, I'm going to go through the summary of quantities, and I'm going to look and see whether all the summary of quantities outline. For the most part, I mean, everything is part of whatever that entire project entailed. But if your appropriation specifically says replacing of piping, and I go through the contractor summary of quantities and you have floor replacement, I have to ask the question. If your appropriation specifically said replacement of piping, but you're doing flooring, we can't do it. So just keep in mind as you're submitting those that you're following specifically what your appropriation is. Last but not least, there must be a notice of obligation in place for the purchase. I hope if nothing else stuck from this entire day, notice of obligation before purchase stuck. Because that is important, and there are a few institutions sitting in this room that really, really know that now. And so, same vendor, same purchase order, same items. If items change, a new NOO is required. Same cost. If cost increases, a new NOO is required. And what I mean by this same vendor, same purchase order, same items, I mean that when you submit your drawing and look at the notice of obligation, the notice of obligation has an area for the vendor, it has an area for the purchase order, it has an area for the amount. So when I look at the draw request, are you paying out of the purchase order that you originally established? Sometimes if it has to change, I can understand it has to change, for whatever reason. But for the most part, we're looking to see that all that stuff matches. So that's what we're looking at. Exception is library bond funds, no NOO. Change orders, again, we talked about that a little bit. Just make sure that you keep track of your change orders by submitting notice of obligations if you expect them to be covered. NMHED is not obligated to reimburse if the institution did not first get approval in the form of an NOO. I don't think we've ever gotten to the point to where we've decided that we're not going to reimburse. But I'll tell you, at the rate we're going, it's getting more and more difficult because of the fiscal climate that we're in. The scrutiny is increasing on how we're looking at what we do. I mean, there was multiple attempts at legislation in order to ensure that the capital outlay process is streamlined, that the scrutiny is increased, so that we do a better job at ensuring that our capital outlay monies are appropriated and spent well. So maybe it's not today, maybe it's not tomorrow, but here pretty soon we may see some drastic changes, and we might as well just be prepared, and we might as well have everything situated in a way to where we won't have any worries for that acre. Where should you send these draw request packets, and how are they processed? So the original draw request needs to be submitted to HED. The draw must be a minimum of $1,500. There are exceptions to that. If it's the end of the fiscal year and you have less than $1,500 that you need to expend, then it can be less. If it's the end of your project and you have no more money except for less than $1,500, that's fine. But for the most part, your draws must be over $1,500. Once received, the draw is verified.
One quick question.
Sure, Dave.
Does this $1,500 limit also apply to library draws?
It's every draw. Every draw has a $1,500 limit.
The reason why I asked, right, is because we have two libraries, a main library and a law library. And we submit those together. Because the law library is always less than $1,500, it's like $700 or something, and we add it to the main library. But right now the main library exhausts all the funds. So we only have the law library now, which is less than $1,500. And I think we have some authorization, so I want to know if we should still be submitting the law library, or it is less than $1,500 and the main library is thing. But probably we could talk about that offline sometime.
So the way it works is that if you have, in essence, you want to rack up your expenditures till you get over 1,500, and that's another drop. That's really what you should do. Just wait until you get to the point to where you have over 1,500. So we can talk offline, though, David, in more detail about that if you need to.
Yes.
Once the draw is received, it's verified. So I do a verification of it, check the notice of obligation, make sure that your reporting is all up to date, verify each of the expenditures, and then at that point in time, if I have questions, everybody who has already worked with me will know that I'll send an email just asking for clarification or for an additional document. You can just send that document back to me, via email, and normally we can easily close and process the draw. It's not a problem. Once the draw is ready to be processed, it is sent to the State Board of Finance. So we don't actually process the draw immediately when we receive it and approve it. It then has to go to State Board of Finance. So State Board of Finance then does an operating transfer, and they transfer the money to higher ed. At that point in time, higher ed can then make the payment. That's when we make the payment. So when I talk about the deadlines for submittal are the 1st and the 15th, I don't mean the deadlines to our office are the 1st and the 15th, but I mean that's the only time I can send them to Board of Finance. So if there's an issue with your draw, whatever that issue may be, and we find out about that on the 14th, and you submit it to me on the 16th, it's not going to go to State Board of Finance until the 1st. So just so everybody knows, that's why there's sometimes up to a 30-day delay in the processing of payment. Because I review it, and then I can only submit it to Board of Finance on these days. Then they process it, they send me back our operating transfer. Then we make the payment, and then for the most part, it's ACHD. So it takes a little bit of time. But I just wanted you guys to know the process, so that way you were aware of the time frame involved in this.
So, quick question. At what date you should get it before, so you can get it to the Board of Finance on the 15th? Like, for example, my month end finished, right? So what date should I send it to you by? The 10th, the 11th, the 12th, in order for you to get it to Board of Finance by the 15th?
So my philosophy is, if you're submitting a draw, that has to be my priority. I definitely want to make sure that I turn draws around. So if you get it to me within 2 days of the submittal date to Board of Finance, and there's no issues with the draw, then I can definitely get it to Board of Finance. It's always safe to give me at least 5 days though. Because, again, back to what I said earlier, I process every draw for all the institutions in the room, which means that there's a lot for one person when every institution is submitting. So, like I say, so it'll give me some time. So, safe bet, 5 days prior to the deadline. Normally we'll get you in by the deadline. But just so you know, those are the days that I can submit. What about projects not appropriated through HED? Okay, so here's where we talk a little bit about if you submit a payment to DFA and then they kick the payment back and they tell you, we need a project verification approval. This is normally for those institutions that are constitutional, that don't have a grant agreement with higher ed. 2.61.6.9a says additional documentation to be submitted for requests by state educational institutions. This is the State Board of Finance and NMHED. If the capital project requires both HED and State Board of Finance approval, an HED approval letter, and a copy of the State Board of Finance action. So that would mean that if the capital project has to go through both higher ed and Board of Finance, as part of your draw, you need to submit our letter that shows that we as an agency approved it, as well as the minutes or the action items for the State Board of Finance that they approved it for the draw.
Every time.
every time. If the capital project does not require HED approval, an HED project review approval verification form is needed. Okay, so what does this mean? This has to do with project approvals and the thresholds in 5.3.10 NEMAC and 2.70.4.7. That's back to the thresholds that we talked about before. There's projects that fall below a certain threshold, 300,000 if you're an institution of over 1,500 FTE. You know, any project that falls below that threshold will still need to be submitted to Board of Finance for your job, but you'll need a project verification from higher ed, so that way they know that the project has already been reviewed one way or the other. So I'll show you the form here shortly.
I have a question.
Yes.
You have the minutes approved, right? How do you get that letter from you? You know, the minutes is approved for the better say $27 million, right? I have that minute before I get it off of the website. Now you're saying about the letter from you from HED. How do you get that letter from HED? Do I have to send you a request? How do you get that letter?
So once a project is approved by the Capital Projects Committee once a project is recommended from the Capital Projects Committee to our secretary for approval, and that project is approved, at that point in time, that letter becomes part of the documentation that goes to State Board of Finance, if the project is supposed to go forward to State Board of Finance. And a copy of that letter is also sent to you as an institution, normally to the capital projects individual for that institution. So in essence then, if you're in the finance shop at your institution, my hope is that your capital projects individual gets that information to you so you'll have for the job. If you're a finance individual and you have a question about a project, please don't hesitate to contact me, and I can easily send them to you because of course I have all that information. But like I say, once a project is approved by the capital projects, once the project is recommended by the Capital Projects Committee and approved by our secretary, that form letter that she signs off on will be submitted to the institution. If a project requires HED and Board of Finance approval, HED will issue an approval letter to the institution. So that's what I'm talking about here. And State Board of Finance will issue action minutes if it goes all the way to Board of Finance. If a project does not require HED or Board of Finance approval, the institution must submit a project review approval verification to HED for approval. I don't know when you guys are ready to start drawing because I never saw the project. When you guys have a project that falls below the threshold for submittal, you have to notify me by sending me this approval verification form. And that form is available on our website. And of course, I think everybody in here may have already worked with that form. And if you haven't, let me know. We can discuss it in more detail. But that's the process that's followed for project approvals. So HED approval letter. Once reviewed by the Capital Projects Committee, the project is submitted to HED for approval. Once approved, a letter is signed by the Secretary. This letter is also submitted to the Board of Finance as part of the request for inclusion on the agenda for their next meeting. The project review approval verification. Projects whose total cost fall below approval thresholds. Before requesting a draw, the HED project approval verification form needs to be filled out by the institution and submitted to higher ed. Once the form is approved, it becomes part of the draw request package to State Board of Finance. And these are the forms. I can just show them to you real quick so you can at least see what they look like. So this is the HED approval letter. It's on letterhead. It's to our secretary from myself. It'll have the project information here, and it'll show her initials of either approved to proceed to Board of Finance, approved does not require Board of Finance review, denied, and then her signature. So this is the form that you'll get from us once a project is approved. The next one is the project review verification. Again, This is the form that if the project does not meet the requirements of needing to be submitted to higher ed for approval, you would fill out this form and send it over to me. You would put the institution, the project title, the funding amount, the funding type and number, the funding type and number, and then the total project cost. HED review not required or HED review is required. Okay. So this is the form that then you will submit to the State Board of Finance in order to get your draws processed and approved. Some quick examples, community college with an FTE of 1,080 has a $250,000 roofing project. That falls below the threshold. So it's staff approval by HED. HED approval letter will be issued. Draw requests are submitted to HED for processing. So in this example, this project does not need to go to full committee, but you still need to submit the entire project packet like you normally would. And it'll just be reviewed by myself. And then the letter that I showed you, the HED approval letter, will still be filled out and it'll still be sent to you approving that project. And then of course, like I say, the draw requests are submitted to HED for processing. Why to HED? Well, because it's a community college. The next example is a constitutional with an FTE of 2,300 has a $22 million new construction project. Well, this one, it exceeds the threshold, it exceeds the FTE count, and it exceeds the dollar threshold of $750,000 for one. So this project requires both approval by HED and Board of Finance. The HED approval letter is issued once it's approved by the Capital Projects Committee. It's submitted to Board of Finance. Once Board of Finance approves it, then the State Board of Finance issues their action minutes. And then the draw requests are submitted to State Board of Finance for processing. Notice you don't need a project verification from us. You don't need that form from us because the project went through the approval process. You have the higher ed approval document and you have the minutes from State Board of Finance. So you don't need a project verification for this particular situation. Some trickier examples, a community college with an FTE of 1,080 has a $25,000 roofing project. This project falls below the threshold of staff approval. So because it falls below the threshold of staff approval, it does not require an HED project approval. But the draw requests are submitted to HED for processing. So again, this does not require an HED project approval because it fell below the thresholds. Then a constitutional with an FTE of 2,300 has a $250,000 renovation. Same thing, it falls below the thresholds, so it does not require an HED or Board of Finance approval. But a project approval verification is needed. The difference between the top one and the bottom one is we process the draws for this one. Board of Finance processes the draw for this. So you need to make sure to have that project verification for one.
So would this kind of be an example of a severance tax bond funding versus a GEO bond? The GEO bond is going to go through the whole process anyway, right?
Well, when you're talking about project approval, it's still based on thresholds. Whether it's GEO bond, STD, it's still based on thresholds.
There's only one person at State Board of Finance that does all of the draw requests for all state agencies and higher education institutions. And so she needs to make sure, we have, a few years ago, we had cases where those draw requests were going directly to State Board of Finance, and then we found out that institutions hadn't even gone through the review process, or to the committee process. So that's why it's backup information for her to ensure that it's gone through all the proper reviews and approval processes.
It's a check.
It's a check, and it saves her, it speeds up the process, because if you rely on her to try to research that and find out, she gets
It
lost.
takes forever for us to turn around.
And it also helps us, because some of these projects we would never really even know about. Some of them. So it's very helpful information. So,
a quick question. This full-time student thing, is it based on the whole school or just the part that this money is going to? Like,
No,
for
no, no.
example, between
total campus enrollment.
okay.
Draw request submitted to Board of Finance for processing. So like I say, that's that example there. So the last example, a constitutional with an FTE of 2,800 has a $40 million new bill. Not severance tax, right? 40 million. Wants to draw down design before project comes forward for approval. See how this is trickier? The design fees exceed the $750,000 threshold limit for State Board of Finance. Now what do? Any takes? Anybody want to take this? Except Debbie. Except Debbie. If an institution wants to draw down funds, they must have some sort of approval, either by NMHED threshold or by HED Board of Finance. For this example, design costs exceed the threshold. Bring design forward as a separate project. We talked about this before in one of the other examples, but I wanted to explain how it really plays into at the end. I think I had talked about if you want it to be a dream or a nightmare, right? If you don't do that, you run the risk, and this is a real life example. There's an institution that has over $750,000 in design fees, and they cannot drop. This project didn't come forward for approval. The design didn't come forward for approval. So, again, it's important if you find yourself in this kind of scenario. We have to meet regardless, right, Debbie? So if you're going to bring a design forward, that's fine, bring the design forward. It'll save you in the ability to be able to drop a project.
But we had a situation like this happened to us, and it's different from what you say now. Because when we that's before you were there, when we submitted for approval, the information we get is that we can only use 1% of the total cost, and the 1% of the total cost must be less than $750,000.
If you want to use your own money.
That's what it is, and we submit all the approval and everything, so we could not do anything. We use up to $600,000 and something, and then we are supposed to stop.
So, are you saying for the design you were told you could only use 1%?
Yes, that's what we said.
We always say it's no more than 10%, and when you get up to 10%, it's a little, that's where the questions start. So you could, and whenever we do our planning, we always allow for about 10% for plan and design. So, so just know that's the threshold we use for plan and design.
Okay, but I shall bring that, if I knew about this, I would have bring the documents this way. Because we get a letter back from HED telling us that we could only use an amount less than $750,000, although we sent for approval and everything already for the design and things like that.
I bring it to Gerald so that he could review
Yeah,
that.
I could email it to him and he could see.
Yeah, we can talk about that afterwards.
So basically what it's saying is any expenses occurred on the project before the project is approved, you're not going to reimburse us.
If it's above the threshold.
Yeah, if it's above the threshold, like we occur some expenses on the project, but the project hasn't improved.
I'm not saying that we're not going to reimburse you. What I'm saying is that you cannot draw it down if it exceeds the threshold amount for a project. So what I'm saying is that if you have a project and as an institution, you need to put some money up in order to put the design together before you finish forward. We can't reimburse you that money if that amount exceeds. we can't reimburse you that project money until we get the project approved. So if you want to start holding some of the design monies ahead of time, you should bring your design forward so that way you can start drawing on that. Otherwise, you're using your own money up until you get the full project approved. Does that make sense?
That's what you said, like, if you do like separate project for design portion.
For large projects, and don't bring $1,500 for design or something like that. I mean, as an example, for this large projects, the design is a substantial amount of money. And some institutions want to draw down some of that design. Well, that design is larger than the dollar amount for that design exceeds the threshold. And we're not going to give you a project verification approval because the project hasn't come forward for approval. So Board of Finance won't be able to reimburse. That's that whole checks and balances system that we offer. So we're giving you the options of what you can do in order to make it work.
Joe, if I understand her question, will you ever, so if the no is not in place yet, right, and you spent some money, but the no goes in place on May 1st and you spent funds in April, can you ever go back and get reimbursement for funds that were expended before the no was approved? That, I think, is the question.
Is that the question? Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to understand.
Well, that's the majority of what a lot of these projects end up happening whenever they're in the design phase. If your design phase and your appropriation is to plan, design, construct, equip, and you're putting your own money up front in order to design the project, then the hope from the institution is that they can come back and recoup the design because the appropriation allowed for it.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying, is that if your project allowed for it, then we will reimburse you for your initial upfront costs.
Even if they were expended before the no had been in place.
Unless but don't make them cross fiscal years, because that causes more work.
Yeah. I mean, because that's the, go ahead.
It doesn't just cost more work, then there's audit findings.
Right.
So they get dinged for it, so you gotta be careful. So in a perfect world, you have those approvals in place before, and then no problem. When you do it, when you spend money before, you do it at your own risk. There's very few circumstances where you won't get reimbursed. Once it's approved, once it's
Exactly,
right.
exactly. So, yeah, so, thank you.
It sounds like it's best then to, once you know what your design fees are going to be, to go ahead and submit right away to avoid any of those issues of spending ahead of time.
Yeah, definitely have your
Once you
documentation.
have your
in place at
proposal
least.
in hand, it's just go ahead and go push it through.
Yes.
Gerald, in a situation, I don't want to talk about design fees now. Let's just talk about if I got an appropriation and the voters voted in November, and we haven't brought anything forward, but we've incurred some costs that fall under the language. Are those recoupable? If, let's say I'm building a parking lot, and it was allowed in that appropriation, and I started it in November, end of November, early December. Not that I would do that at that time because of the weather, but, and then I got my paperwork in, got the approval. Could I still get reimbursed for that because it was, part of the initial work we needed to get done?
So there's two things we'll look at. Is the work that you did below the threshold of a project that needs to come forward for approval? Hopefully not, right? If it's below that threshold, then, that's the first thing we'll look at. Second of all, and I realize that it's something that the voters have already approved. Second of all, we'll have to see whether or not that bonding has already been sold. Okay. But for the most part, it follows the same example as what we're talking about when it comes to design. Again, we don't want to make that a norm, right? We don't want for that to be the normal process. And Debbie, you can chime in on this one as well.
IRS rules allow expenditures
before the project, before even the bonds are signed. I think it's 60 days before the governor actually even signs the bill. But procurement doesn't allow you to make expenditures until you have the funds available. So it's really, really tricky. So we tell agencies, again, it's not, we don't encourage it because this is a perfect example. We have GO bonds that have been approved by the voters in November. The bonds haven't been sold yet. You know, and we don't know exactly when those bonds are going to be sold because it's contingent on when we get the budget fixed. And so, you know, if you're making all these expenditures, it might be a year before, and I'm saying that's worst case scenario, before you actually have the money available. It can be done, IRS rules allow you to do that, but we don't encourage it. And again, contingent on all the proper approvals being made.
So bring design forward a separate project, HED and Board of Finance issue approval, draw requests submitted to Board of Finance, you know, and then you bring the project forward after that process continues. So I mean, that's kind of a quick and dirty on draw requests. In essence, that pretty much wraps up the presentation for today. It was there was a lot of information in order to present. So again, I want to thank everybody for the time that they took in order to come today. I want to thank everybody, if there is anybody left on the webinar, for coming in and listening to this presentation. Of course, as you know, I did have time for a break, and then we're going to have a panel discussion. If anybody has any specific questions that they want to ask Erica, Harold, Debbie, myself, that were not addressed in the presentation, please feel free to ask those questions now. We're here. Dr. Rollin was also available if anybody wants to ask him any questions. But please ask those questions, and then we'll wrap it up.
I have a quick question. I think we're going to have a little bit of funding left on a current approved project. And the appropriation language is broad enough that it includes renovations in the building. That is probably part of our next project for summer hearings. But that wasn't proposed in the original one. Do we throw that into this year's summer hearings as well, even though it's an old appropriation? For example, if we want to renovate this part of this building, my old appropriation covers this building. Can I throw that in there so that I can continue to use those funds for the plan and design of the next project?
So as long as the language allows for plan and design of that particular building, if it's specific to that building, then yeah. Just know we prefer that you spend the money. As long as we see the money's moving, then we're all for it. But you're going to have to take that piece back to the committee, depending on the amount, threshold.
Yes.
You'll have to take it back to the committee for their review and approval. If that's
what I guess I'm asking. If it's that threshold, that way when he goes back after I submit a new NOO, well, here's where the committee approved this portion, even though they didn't approve it 3 years ago.
Right. Okay. We'd rather see the money spent than reverted. So there are times we want the money to revert. But no, I think that you can go back to the committee and ask them for.
Any other questions of anybody? Well, again,
Harold, I want to thank you for all the hard work that you did to put this presentation together. Standing up there, being on the spot, being a great observer.
I'm here. If anybody has any questions, feel free to give me a call. I have cards up here. These cards are my old cards. They do have my number. They're from when I worked at Holiday Inn. No, I'm just kidding. They're from when I worked I was operations manager before capital projects director. So they have my old title, but they have my new number. So here's some cards if anybody needs any. Again, thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
I don't know,